you ask him to move to the left?
Este que está, señor Chávez, disculpe que lo interrumpa.
No se está tapando el...
Nos está tapando la pantalla. ¿Se puede cambiar al lado contrario?
Good morning
Gracias.
and welcome for coming, and thank you for coming to our meeting. I want to welcome Elizabeth Castañeda from Region 8. Hasn't she arrived? We're going to call roll. Mr. Julio Salazar, present. Carmen Zamora, she's present. Salvador Torres, Susana Guadarrama, here. Ms. Rodriguez, I'm here. Concepcion González, here. Elizabeth Castañeda, Leticia Duarte, Luis Felipe Villagómez, Sonia Sánchez, José Gudiño, Adalberto Chávez, Guillermina Dorantes, Janet Ortiz, Francisco Díaz, Erlinda Hurtado, Salvador Ambriz, Vicenta Valentín, María Duarte. All respond present. We would like to introduce our new director, Verónica Aguilar. Buenos días. I'm Celina Torres, the administrator of the migrant program. I think everybody knows me except for the new person who hasn't shown up yet. Thank you for being here this morning and all day. I know that yesterday was a difficult travel day, and I would also like to thank the people who came to dinner last night. I know we arranged it at the last minute, so we didn't have much time to prepare. But thank you, and thank you, Vicenta. She arrived last night, she got lost, she had no directions in the rain, but she showed up anyway. She's very dedicated to this program, and I'm happy to see that. I would like to introduce this morning your new director. Karen Cadeiro Kaplan, our previous director, has withdrawn from the Department of Education, and she has returned to the University of San Diego, where she was a professor. We now have a new director, Dr. Verónica Aguila. She has worked here with the SPAC. She worked for the migrant program some years ago, and she has returned. She's come from Minicore. She was working in Butte County, where she directed Minicore. She has been a teacher, a school principal, and many other roles. And I will now give her the chance to address you. Welcome, Dr. Aguila. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm happy to be here. It is an honor for me to be here with you because I was born in Mexico. I am Mexican in Mexico City, and I grew up in San Luis Potosí. My mother is from Jalisco, and my dad is from Guanajuato. So I cover pretty well all of Mexico. I have lived here in the United States, first working in the fields. I was a field worker. My dad brought us here to the United States for the purpose of improving our lives. I'm the youngest of 9 children, and had I done what was expected of me, because to come to the fields in the United States was the best that we could achieve, much better than in Mexico, but being the youngest, going to the fields every day, and now it's the time of pruning the vines, and I remember pruning vines. And one day I said to myself, forget it, this is too hard. And I started to think, about working in something else. And I've done all sorts of things. I've been a secretary, I've been uh, in AOA. As an announcer, I worked in body work. I know a bit about cars. And then I decided to go to college. And that was very hard for my family because nobody had gone to college before. But the support of my parents allowed me to achieve this. My mother and completed second grade. My dad never went to school. My mother taught him how to read, but what she did for me when I was studying, and sometimes I had to study until 4 in the morning because it wasn't easy for me, she would bring me a cup of tea, she would bring me a cup of coffee. She couldn't sit down and read with me. That wasn't within her powers. But she could bring me a cup of coffee, encourage me, and tell me how important it was for me to get ahead. And my dad said to me, you can work with your hands, you can work with your head. And he always encouraged me, he praised me, and every time I got good grades, he would celebrate it. He would say, oh, let's go to McDonald's and to buy a cheeseburger. And that was a treat. It was a lot for me. So you as parents, mothers, fathers, you can make such a difference to the lives of your children. And not only for them, but for your grandchildren. I now have children. My children are 22 and 25, and both of them have uh, completed college. One of them is an engineer, the other a biologist. And I've seen how my nephews and nieces are succeeding. I'm here to share with you, to help you. Together, we can allow our migrant community, I was a migrant student, we can allow them to get ahead. We can all get ahead. We can all have a dream, the American dream. We've come here to achieve a lot. So it's a moment of pride to work with you and to make the difference for our children and grandchildren. Thank you so much. Thank you, Veronica. And I would like somebody to read the SPAC standards. Julio? SPAC guidelines. 1, silence your cell phones. 2, brief and concise comments. 3, everybody counts. 4, everybody is heard. 5, respect everybody's opinion. 6, encourage each other. And 7, provide ideas. Thank you, Julio. Let's get ahead with the minutes. Do you have your minutes in the package? Take a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, in order to read the minutes.
No one asked us, they're the ones that bring the headphones and no one said anything, so they don't have any. They're the ones that handle that. Yeah, sorry.
Are you done? Do you need more time? Is everything okay? I need a motion to approve the agenda. Julio Salazar, Region 1. I make a motion. I, Julio Salazar, from Region 1. I have a motion to approve the minutes of December 13, 2014. Yes, 2014, that was last year. Does anybody second? Salvador Torres, Region 3, I second. All in favor? Could you raise your hands if you're voting to approve? Unanimity. All are in favor. The minutes are approved. Everyone's in favor. Let's take a look at the agenda. I have a comment. The teams here are going to be providing the talks in Los Angeles. Yes, but we're going to cover that later. Is there anything wrong with the list? Yes. I was going to be working with Sonia and Valentina, and we're not here. I'm with another team. You are in team 4. What team should you be on? 4, Sonia Sanchez and Vicente Valentin. Maybe we didn't include you because you were not present at the last meeting. No, I was here. I was. We'll fix it. I'm not included in a team. Yes, you're in team 6. Conchita and Guillermina Durantes. Region 16. We're lacking space for 3 people. We need another team. We need to put together another team. These are people who are not on the list yet. If you look at the last page, there was space for team 7. And we're going to do that today. We're going to add another team because we put together only 6 teams. We need an extra team. So we think that those 3 persons could make up the 7th team because each room has 100 people, so we need another team. So we want to make up the 7 teams. Is there a problem with that? Do you agree? That's why we have 7 teams. As far as I remember, the persons should be of different characteristics in a team. So you have to ask them if they are okay with being part of a team. Yes, the first teams are fine. We all agree. Remember? But the last team is made up by the parents who hadn't been assigned to a team. That's why we set it up that way. If you want, once we talk about the conference, we can bring this up and correct any problem. Thank you. Salvador, Salvador Ambris. So the correction is to take you out of the team of the people who are missing and put you on team 4. Yes, I was here, and that last team was for the people who had been absent. Okay, so the correction to the minutes is that Salvador Ambris from Region 22 is in team 4. Any other question? Any other comment? Let's continue reviewing the agenda. From 9 to 10, from 8:30 to 8:45, welcome, call to order, roll call, CDE staff and SPAC. 8:45 to 9, approve the minutes, review the agenda, SPAC president. Information and action. 9 to 10, reports. Updates of the MEP by the CDE staff, and then updates of the annual State Parent Conference subcommittee members. Type of action, information. From 10 to 10:15, we have a break. 10:15 to 11:30, new business, training on reading and understanding the Regional Migrant Education Program, grant application. CDE staff. Type of action, information. 11:30 to 1, lunch. 1 to 3, new business, training for workshop presentation at the annual State Parent Conference. CDE staff. Type of action, information. 3 to 3:15, break. 3:15 to 4:45, new business, training on basic parliamentary procedures. CDE staff. Training on CDE Code Section 54440 to 54442, CDE staff. Type of action, information. 4:45 to 5, public comment. Any person wishing to address the SPAC on topics not on the agenda of this meeting will be given 2 minutes to speak. The council cannot respond to or engage in conversation on public comment. Type of action, information. Item 3, updates on the Migrant Education Program, and that's by the MEP staff, CDE staff. Somebody, don't we have to have a motion to approve the agenda? I don't know if you recall that the agenda was approved by the superintendent and has been posted on the web. It's approved already. Thank you, Elvia, for making that clear. From the state office, we have only 3 updates. First, new staff. As you know, we have a new director who has just introduced herself, Veronica Aguila. But we have also hired a new consultant to work with you, who will replace Elvia. Elvia will continue with you until April, and then at the April meeting, Susie Watts will take over. She speaks Spanish. She's worked with parents previously, and at that meeting, you will meet her. Elvia will be there, so will I, all the regular group. We're also going to hire in a couple of weeks a new consultant charged with focusing on data about scholastic achievement, technology for managing the program, but we don't have a name yet. We haven't interviewed people yet. We've only posted the job on the web. We may ask one of you to join the interviewing panel, and that will be happening in a couple of weeks. I also wanted to tell you that this is the moment when the regions and districts start preparing the application for funds. Later today, one of our consultants, Florrie Hewitt, is going to make a presentation and will review one of the application parts so that you can understand it when you see it at your region or district. That funding application must be delivered to the state in May. For districts such as Santa Maria Bonita, Pájaro, Lindsay, and another few, they are going to have to turn in the application on the 4th of May. Butte, Tulare, Merced, Fresno, the big regions. San Diego, Los Angeles, those big regions turn in their application at the end of May. They need more time because they have more work to do. They've got to review all of the districts within the region and then complete their funding application. I wanted you to think about this and bear in mind that your directors must start reviewing the student needs, the program needs in your area, and they should start this month actually. This should be reviewed in more than one meeting. It's a very big application, and you can't get to know it in a couple of hours. I would suggest that you talk to your directors and tell them that you're interested in understanding the funding application and reviewing it in order that you can provide an opinion. And that's all I have to say right now. Thank you. We're now going to talk about the updates for the annual conference. Subcommittee are Isaias Rodriguez, Chairman, Sonia Sanchez, President, the Region 2, Carmen Samera, Salvador Torres, Region 4, Region 24, Maria Duarte, and the alternative, Ms. Valentin. Yesterday, we were on the Planning Committee. There were several items we were going to cover. Maria Duarte is going to start with the review. I'm sorry. I don't know if you took a look at the logos. They're against the wall. Yes, I'm Maria Duarte from Region 24, and I would like to talk about the logos. We received 10 logos from various regions, and 12 persons chose the 3 top logos. The first winner is Abel Campos from Region 1. Second place, Kevin Ayala, Region 5. Third place, Valeria Valentin, Region 23. You can see them here. We have them against the wall. I'm going to talk about the principal speakers at our state conference. Friday for dinner, then Salvador Torres of Region 3. An applause, please. The dinner is Consuelo Castillo Kickbush. Saturday, lunch, Juan Velázquez from Region 6. Dinner on Saturday, Jamie Carillas. And Sunday at breakfast, Constantino Silva and Veronica Aguila. Our new director, Veronica Aguila, and let's give her a hand because she deserves it. Thank you. We're going to talk about the state meeting, about the bags. We don't have any donors yet. The next subject is various items regarding the state conference. We don't have a sponsor for the bags yet. We haven't found anyone yet. Perhaps in a couple of weeks we can figure it out. I think we need to wait a bit. As for the students, Mr. Salvador Torres, regarding the students, they're going to be given a tour to the students. They're going to be taken to the Iowa, which is a ship in Los Angeles. It's a warship with technology presentations, science. These are STEM issues. And the purpose is to match this to what we're going to be talking about. Flory, the consultant, is going to go with them. And we have been receiving suggestions. We chose that for the students. That's for the students. They'll visit the battleship Iowa. The next topic regarding the food. We don't yet know about the menu. Registration, the hotel still hasn't signed the contract. That's going to happen next week. The contract is being put together with the hotel. The workshops, as parents, we need volunteers, and I would like you to sign up. We need, for example, we need people at the information desk. We need 2 people who provide information and direction to the parents where the bathrooms are, where the rooms are, if anybody's lost. Provide information. That's going to be only on Friday. On Saturday, CDE will be in charge of the information desk because we're going to be at a workshop. And after the workshops, we're going to have 3 workshops for ourselves, and so the CDE will take over the information desk on Saturday. So we're just looking for 2 people on Friday. I would like to sign up. I'm just giving you the information. We also need 3 volunteers for the raffle, where the baskets will be raffled. You've got to pick up the baskets when the buses show up, put them in a room, and then be in charge of the raffle at each dinner. We need 3 volunteers for that. The coordinator would be Mrs. Duarte. We need 2 additional persons. Orientation, we need 6 persons. The coordinator is Linda Hurtado. She said she could coordinate this, and their role would be to provide a tour for the parents, tell them where the rooms are, where the exhibits are going to be placed for the regents, just to show them the hotel. That would be their role. For baggage, we need 4 persons. Maybe won't need this because a hotel said they would take over. But we're talking with Elvia, maybe they don't know how the baggage works. So we need you, but we might not need you on the day. We have to be prepared. We need 4 people. You have to greet the parents, take the baggage to a room, place the baggage with a number. So each region has a section, and then provide the baggage once the parents are given their room keys. Facilitators, we don't need. The CDE will be in charge. We were going to be in our workshops. We provided the certificates for the presenters. We picked up the evaluation sheets, but we're not going to do that this year. It's very important to pick up the evaluations on Sunday morning. Last year, we did that, and that was when the parents left the breakfast room. It's important to be outside before people start leaving in order to collect the evaluations. We need 4 people because there are 4 doors. So if we can have 1 person per door, the more the merrier, and then we can pick up all of the evaluations. Last year, we did better than the year before because the parents were taking the evaluations home. These are the people that we need. We need 4 people to pick up evaluations. So we need volunteers for that task. If you want to sign up,
Concepcion, please. Experience has taught us regarding the other events that we must be very clear that the staff at the hotel is not going to place the luggage, the backpacks. So I think that it's very important that every region representative becomes responsible some way and be responsible for their people when they arrive. I believe that it would be a better result in the end in placing people where they need to be. We are going to have that, but in case they don't need that, then they could help people when they come from the bus. The hotel says that we don't have to do that, but I believe that we will need to. One of the things that they've told us at the hotel is that we're going to have just one entrance for our members. But we already know that people arrive in different places, so I think it's important to have these people for information and for help with the luggage because the hotel has assured, according to them, that they're going to have all their staff there present to be certain that they comply with all our needs. We've told them that this is a matter of 700 people that are arriving maybe all at once or a trickle here and there. The hotel is insisting that they will be able to do that, but after talking in subcommittee, we've come to an agreement that we believe that it's better to be prepared. We have the room at all anyway, so let's go prepared. And if they need it, if we need it, I believe that we will need it. Let's be prepared. With respect to the date, I have the commission from my region and the staff from my region. I've been asked to remind you that that date is the week of Easter. It's not? No, it's April. No. By then, Easter is over. The weekend, according to the Catholic Church, is the 5th and 6th of April. And the 5th is Easter, and I believe it ends on the 11th. So it's within the Easter week. In some districts, the majority of the districts are on vacation. So in Region 6, this is a special situation. And I don't know whether we should insist to the parents that they need to confirm that they're going to attend because their children will be at home and on vacation. These are the circumstances that we're living in our region. I don't know if that's the same for everyone. But that's something that's going to be dealt with by region, but we're just talking about Friday because the conference begins on Friday, and although people can start to register at 1, the orientations will take place in the afternoon. Actually, nothing begins until dinner at 5 or 6, I believe. So if they have to arrive a little bit later, depending on where they live, that can be taken care of on a local level. I don't think that's what she's saying. She's saying that the parents can't go because the children are on vacation. Is that what you're trying to say? Or they can go to vacation someplace else? Or I it's not a day when there will be classes or work. This needs to be taken into account in the different regions so we can find out how many parents are going to attend. And they should attempt to recruit other parents, perhaps other parents that haven't attended. If those that were thinking of coming and are not able to, they should set up a list where they have substitutes. But the I didn't come to the last meeting, so I just wanted to ask you a question. In Mexico, for the state conference, is there a master, an official master of ceremonies? Is there a presenter? Okay. All right. Between the president and CDE, yes, there. All right. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Julio Salazar. Sorry. I see that in total we need 19 people. So we need to know how many, the volunteers need to know where we need to set up. All of us have to participate. So everything should be coordinated so that everyone knows exactly what you're going to do. As you as a president, you are our head. So we are all adults here. If the less coordination there is, when there's so many people, it won't turn out right. I think that we need more people, but let's hope that by then there will be people on the same page and that we set up to do 100% of what is asked of us. That's why we need a coordinator to be in charge of their team. We have two coordinators. She will speak about this. We'll start with the information table. We don't have a coordinator for that table. I'd like to make a comment supporting what Concepcion said. And based on the fact that there is still no contract for the hotel, I'm wondering how difficult it would be to change the date. Because as you said, as she said, there will be a lot of people that will have their children on vacation, and I believe that it will be somewhat difficult. And maybe some will say that they can go, but when it comes right down to it, they won't be able to go, precisely because they don't have any place to leave their children. I'm just thinking that if the contract is not signed yet, I don't believe that it would be very difficult to do it either 1 week before or 1 week after. Veronica. Veronica, I brought out the calendar, and Holy Friday is the 3rd. So the week of Good Friday, that's not a Good Friday. So the majority of all of the students, the parents for the students, it would be better to leave it as it is. It would be the 5th is Easter Sunday. The microphone, please. So you're talking about Easter, yes. The 5th is Easter Sunday. So Concepcion was saying that Region 8 or some districts in that region are taking that week off, but the majority of the districts in the state of California take the other week, the week of April 1st. Or if they don't, then they take the week of March. So this week was chosen for that reason, of the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th, because we do keep all of that in mind, a week that the majority of the people could attend. I said it because those are the characteristics of my district, but that's a minority. It's a district. I understand that in my district, which is the whole Imperial Valley. Those are the dates of vacation. According to the Catholic Church, Easter Sunday, the Easter Sunday is the 6th, but it continues the following week, which is called the week of Easter, and the week before is Holy Week. So those are the special characteristics. But this isn't a comment that I'm telling you that we need to change the date. We know what the organization of a conference of this size. So just in case if somebody has these problems like our region, that we talk to the parents more closely and make sure that they will be able to attend, and we will know that we will have as many people as possible. This was merely a suggestion to make sure that if they have a problem with that, if they have a way to contact the parents and support them more, in such a way that they can come, or if they can't come, they can have a substitute to make sure that we have more parents attending. But I would like to answer that question. The fact to change, I just want this as an informational point. To change a date is very difficult. We had to send invitations out to all the different hotels in the area, and we don't do it. Our contract office does that. We had to tell them we have 700 people. We want to have a conference. This is what we will need. It will be 3 days, so many meals. So they send us a budget. They say, all right, we give them the dates that we will need. With that information, the contract office are the ones that actually come to a decision. Of course, they consult us, but so it is difficult to change the dates. And it's like a contest when we do this procedure. So it's not that easy. Also, that's why we also attempted as much as possible to give you the information on the dates as soon as possible. In this case, your directors already knew the dates since November because we already had those dates set. And it is good to know the information that Ms. Gonzalez is sharing with us, because for another year, as soon as we know the dates, we should be very attentive to those dates, because you can give us some ideas and recommendations. For instance, this may not work here, there will be problems. Since last night, I found out that the perfect month for this is in March, because there's no work in March, and work starts in April. So now for a future year, we must take that into account. I also wanted to say to Adalberto, so that I wanted you to know that we are aware that the conference is usually planned for March, but this year, one of the reasons why we didn't choose March was because there are 3 conferences that are taking place in March. The National Conference for the Migrant Program, which will take place in Seattle. I don't know if anyone here will attend. It's called NASME. Then there's CABE and NABE, which is the National Conference of Bilingual Educators, and CABE is the California Educators. That's why we chose April. Then after Holy Week, because we also know that many parents will not be able to attend during that time. We did think about it. We think about it every year, and we try very hard to choose a date when everyone can attend. But sometimes it also has to do with the hotel, because although we put up a bid, proposals from the hotels, not every hotel sends a proposal. Not every hotel wants to work with us. Some do, some don't. So I just wanted to recognize what you were saying and let you know. Miss Carmen. Carmen. My region told me to please ask. You know, you said that parents have to register and that there's a deadline. What will happen with the parents that have already registered that find out at some point that they can't go? There should be a list of substitutes. We gave the directors information and a list, and we sent emails regarding how to do a list for substitutes. And until late March, we can still make the changes here. And after that date, then the changes must be made with the hotel. So let's say the bus is leaving tomorrow and a person cancels today. From one day to the next, a person can't attend. They have to take their list to the hotel. And at the hotel, they'll take care of that. Okay, that's what I was wondering about. That's why there's a meeting before the conference to make sure that parents are going to attend. And if they're not, then those alternates should be taking their place. Yeah, because I've seen in the past that people change from one day to the next. After the 31st of May, through our offices, from contracts and registry, we can't do that. But that will be taken care of. We do have a way to do that, but regions already know about that, and that should not be a problem. Maria Duarte, a comment? Yes, I'd like to just ask a question. The Seattle conference, are all regions invited, or are all regions invited? All the school districts are invited? Every region and district of those districts represented here decide whether or not they go. This is a decision for each region or district as to how many people they will send, how many funds they will dedicate to that conference. The people that take that trip, will those be parents of the school parents, or will it be the committee? Whoever is decided in the region and district that they are going to go. I wasn't aware of those trips. That's why I'm asking, because I hadn't heard anything about that before. This is part of the application that Flory is going to talk about. The applications in the regions and the districts will be made, and perhaps you could also put that down as one of your activities. That's a decision that's taken on a local basis. Each region decides as to how those funds are going to be used. But this has to be planned? Does this have to be planned within the application for services for the money? It should already be there. Let's continue with this. Yes, because a little bit later this will be explained further. And about the question before, I was thinking that they would be selected, but I want to make sure that you agree as colleagues, because if we make up a list and you're not in agreement with us, I think that it would be better if we make sure that people are happy with the people that are going to work with you. I'd like you to have the opportunity to be volunteers, as many of you as can volunteer and wish to. Yes, I need a coordinator for the information table, please. Who wants to be a coordinator? Salvador, yes. Salvador Ambriz would like to be a coordinator. And Mr. Chavez wants to also participate at the information table. Salvador Ambriz, Region 14. And Mr. Adalberto Chavez, 14. And the other one is Adalberto Chavez, Region 14. Would you like help? No. Thank you. All right, I also need for the basket raffles. The raffle needs a coordinator. Oh, we have a coordinator. Maria Duarte will be the coordinator, and we need 2 volunteers, 2 more, just 2. Ms. Guillermina Duarte, Region 16, and Mr. Those that raise their hand. Ms. Duarte, what region are you from? 24. Guillermina, from Region 16. Francisco Diaz, Region 19. And then Francisco Diaz, Region 19. 19? Okay. We're going to write down the people for receiving the luggage. Are we going to write that down? Right? Were you going to help with that too? We were working on the baskets. Linda will be the coordinator, but for orientation, 6 people will be needed. Just a minute, we'll talk about orientation, the orientation committee in a minute. The next one will be for orientation for the parents. Vicente Concepción, José, no. Concepción González. Edlinda is from 27, Region 21. Concepción González, Region 6. Vicenta Valentín. Region 6, Concepción González, and José Gudiño and Julio Salazar. Julio Salazar, Region 1. Vicenta Valentín, Region 23. José Gudiño is Region 11. Julio is 1. And Ms. Vicenta Valentín is from Region 23. Salvador Torres, Region 3. Vicenta Valentín is which region? 23. We only had 4? No. We still need Mr. Salvador Torres. It's 4. And Mrs. Carmen Zamora from Region 2. Salvador Torres from Region 3. How many people will be there? 6. Who else will be Carmen Zamora? But that's 7, isn't it? We have 7 there. Yes, because Linda is already down there. She's the coordinator already, so that's 7. She's the coordinator? Yes, but we only need, there's only 6 people needed. 2, 4, 6, yes, but there's a Linda, and that makes 7. The following would be the luggage. The committee for the luggage. It's going to be put up here so that you can see it. All right, then let's go on to luggage. This may not be necessary, but we need to set up the luggage committee. Usually the luggage committee should be gentlemen. Yes, it's almost always men, 4 men. Always we start with the coordinator. This may not be needed, but for some reason they don't need it, then We can rearrange ourselves in other places if it's not needed there. We can take a tour. We can give a tour before we take the conference so that people can know where things are at the hotel just in case, because sometimes the regions arrive all at once. Then we can give tours. We can help wherever we're needed. The coordinator first. I need a coordinator to do this. Mr. Luis Felipe Villagomez from Region 9. Region 9, and Miss Janet Ortiz from Region 17. Janet Ortiz with a J. J. My daughter, Janelle, was always Yanelle. That's Region 17. And like I said, we may not need these people, but we need to set up a group. And that's 4 people that we need. Who else would like to do it? Susana, would you like to help out? Whatever you would need from me, I'd be very happy to help. From Region 4. Who else? Does someone else need to be placed in a particular spot? I believe that's all of us.
Una pregunta.
I'd like to ask a question.
La región 18
From Region
ya van a decidir quién va a
18,
venir o no saben todavía.
has a decision been made as to who is going to come, or do you know? We don't know yet, but we're still talking to them. I believe that they're not going to be able to participate in the group workshop because there's not set up yet. But I believe that they will be there, and maybe they can pick up evaluations or do one of these jobs. There's always something to do. We need more parents. There's 3 people more that are needed, and if you are in agreement, we can set you up in a particular place. Region 18, Region 7, and Region 8. So that's 3 others. That would be Ms. Leticia Duarte, from Region 7. Ms. Elizabeth Castañeda from Region 8. Castañeda. And the representative from Region 18, whom we don't know who that will be yet. That's 5. Coordinator Luis Felipe, Janet Ortiz, Susana Guadarrama, Ticia Duarte, and Ms. Castañeda. We're still lacking people who will pick up the evaluations on Sunday. The evaluations are, the person that will pick up evaluations is to make sure that no one leaves without turning in evaluations on Sunday. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, Mrs. Guadarrama. I'm sorry, excuse me, sorry, but you've put me down for luggage, fine. But if you don't need me, and if we're done quickly with that, then everybody's got to be moving. So that's why I'm saying wherever you want me to be, that's where I'll go. That's what we're going to do. But we always have the main objective of being in that area, because the luggage goes on until the last person arrives. That's the job that takes the longest. That's why we have extra. We're Ms. Castañeda and Region 18. We're still lacking those 2 people. Ms. Hurtado is.
Micrófonos, por favor.
Buenas tardes. En nombre, señor Hurtado, de la región 20, Region 21. Remember that the evaluation is very important and that the evaluation is always where we collect what was done well or not done well. This is every person's opinion. I wanted to please ask you that every region, every representative here in the orientation meetings, for example, in Region 21, we have an orientation meeting before the conference when we've already chosen the parents that are going to go. We have meetings to speak to people that are going to attend about what the conference is going to be about. So it's very important to pick up that evaluation. Please be very sure to tell them that people cannot leave without leaving their evaluation. I believe that this is something that is so important. These orientation meetings must be with an emphasis that that evaluation needs to be picked up for each region. We also need 4 people, a coordinator and 3 others. This is just for Friday. This task is this is for the Saturday. We don't have to do this. Only Friday. Sunday is when the evaluations are picked up. I also had said that I go to that hotel, and the place where the room where these are placed, there's a door on this side and 3 on this. I'm not sure whether it's 3 or 4 doors. It would be really good if we could have a person at each door, because all of a sudden people want to just take off with the evaluation. So in each region, those people that are in charge of each region, remind them that people must not leave with their evaluations. There's 3 exits. If there's 3 exits rather than 1, that's on Sunday to pick up the evaluations. Who's going to be the coordinator for that? Adalberto Chavez. Adalberto stated first, and then Ms. Vicenta Valentin and Mr. Salvador Ambris. Mr. Chavez is from Region 14. Mrs. Vicenta Valentin is from Region 23. Who was the third person? Salvador Ambris, Region 22. We're still, yes, there's still 1 person lacking. Because if you're saying that there may be 4 doors, then we need 4. And Mr. Luis Felipe Villagomez, Region, Ms. Guadarrama was Region 22.
We can have 5 people if you want, because that's very important. And people hurry away, so there could even be somebody walking through the tables picking up the evaluations. Luis Felipe Villagomez. And I have a comment. At the meetings prior to the conference, we should remind the parents about the evaluations. I saw some evaluations that were not completed. So every day, at a steady rate, after each workshop, they should complete the evaluation and not leave it for the last minute on the last day. You told us in your feedback for last year's conference that you wanted the evaluations to be sent ahead of time so that you could go over the evaluation form at your meetings. We're going to try and do that so that the parents become familiar with the evaluation, what the words mean, and all of that information. We're going to give it a try. Salvador. We missed the workshop item. I should point out that yesterday we were talking about the conference. The first workshop is going to be the same as last year. Parents are going to make the presentation, and after 10 a.m., 10:15, I believe, the SPAC parents were not going to be at the workshops. We're going to be at the workshops that deal with the objective of this conference. And I didn't figure it out until I was told last time around. This conference is not just to bring 700 parents. The objective is to train the SPAC. Over the years, we haven't dealt with this. Yesterday I was saying that it's very important that when we have something, we don't give it the proper value until it's taken away from us. So we could change. We could do it for regions or work individually. What I'm saying is we should take advantage of this time, of this visit, and our training as SPAC members will allow us to be facilitators later. We're going to be trained so as to be aligned with the conference theme. Our task is to put together a report. That is our mission. If you recall, last time around we didn't do that. We just went to the conference, we went to the workshops, the ones that we found most useful individually. But the purpose of this conference, the objective of this conference, is for us to put together a report. And Fernando, I believe, is going to train us on Saturday. And that is our objective. Let's not lose sight of this. There's some people who believe that these are paid vacations. They forget that they are there to learn and to bring back knowledge to their regions. The workshop is lined up with our training and with our ability to write a report. Another comment. Tell your directors that parents cannot leave the hotel. Last year, some persons were annoyed because I told them that they couldn't leave. This was a couple that wanted to go shopping, and I said, you can't leave the conference, and they were very upset. So please stress that they cannot leave the hotel. They must be at the conference, and if somebody leaves the hotel, they've got to come back. They should not leave the hotel premises. We are responsible for that, and the directors have to stress this. They cannot leave the hotel while the conference is going on. If any of you see somebody who's trying to leave, you've got to tell them, look, you've got to be at the conference. And you've got to encourage them to go to the workshops to learn. That's my message, because they do leave. All right? Please do that. Yes. There's a reason for this. Each person's registration is $240, and the room, too, the 2 nights at the hotel. So it's easy to believe that we're there and that we can leave, but this is almost a cost of $1,000 paid by the region for that person to go to the conference and take advantage of the workshops to learn. And if that person doesn't want to go for that purpose, maybe there's another parent who does want to go and to fulfill that purpose. Any questions or comments? Otherwise, we shall continue with the next topic. We're ahead. Do we want to take a break now? Would you like to take the morning break now, or the break was going to be from 10 to 10:15? We're a little bit ahead. If you want to continue with the next topic, Julio, we have 15 minutes to go.
Ya que tenemos tiempo,
As we have sufficient time,
me tocó junto con un compañero y una compañera
together with another person from my region, we went to a national conference. We presented a workshop in New Orleans. At the time, I saw people, and I was new at this,
le dedican tiempo y
and I devoted a lot of time to this, and I did the best I could. But there are persons
más familiarizadas
who were more familiar with the topic. They devoted more time to it. So it's not just the new parents who go to the conference, but those who have been before. I could see that at the national conference, the coordinators would leave.
se salían a dar la vuelta y más en
They'd
un lugar que es turístico.
go and become tourists. So as coordinators, we have to set an example
Tratar de respetar un poco
and
más
to try and respect the rules,
y con el ejemplo dárselos.
provide a good example.
Nosotros no hemos participado ya llevando más
We have participated by taking more parents to the conference. Sometimes our regions are very large, and sometimes the parents complained that they would have wanted to go. So together with the director and the board, we agreed
hacer una mini conferencia.
to prepare a mini conference. We started small with about 100 parents, and the 8th conference that we celebrated last Saturday included 570 parents. And you can cover more. The costs are less, the coverage is greater, and the parents were happy. Every region makes a decision. But on behalf of many parents who had complained that they'd never been able to go, let's find a solution. And our current participation is to include the parent of the year, the student of the year, representatives, coordinators. We don't not want to participate. We want to take advantage of the funds to provide increased services. And I think it's worked. That's my comment. As you said, we have to provide an example. We have to be an example. And if we see something that's not right, we've got to talk it over. We've got to tell the parents, look, you can't do this. You shouldn't do this. We are representing those parents. So we have to set an example. Another comment? Would you like to continue, or should we take a break? Raise a hand if you want to take a break now. Which one? Shall we continue with the presentation? Raise your hands. A break. Okay. So 15 minutes break. We're now going to deal with item 4 in the agenda, which is how to read and interpret the Migrant Education Program application for funds. Flory, good morning. How are you? You're not asleep yet, right? No? Okay, good. I am Flory Centeno Hewitt. I was born in Venezuela. My parents are from Colombia. And for me, it has been a pleasure to work for the migrant program. When I got to the United States, I studied to become a teacher. And I also taught English in Colombia. At the age of 17, teaching already was my passion. And I became a teacher in the United States for 6 or 7 years. And I worked mainly with English learners. And it was always a struggle how to improve children's education. I started to work with the CDE about a year and a half ago for the migrant program. And as I said, it's a pleasure to be here, especially to train you for the regional application. I have a trick. I have your names here in cards. So every now and then, I'm just going to call out a name. And it's important, and I will give you time, of course. I'll give you time to think about an answer. But I'm going to be asking you questions so that you can properly understand the regional application. Objectives. I understand that in December you were shown the application and its various parts. Right? Do you remember? Raise your hands if you remember. And you were shown a blank applications. It hadn't been completed. But now we're going to look at a completed application so that you can interpret it. And so when you go back to your districts and regions, you can provide recommendations and understand precisely what the regions and districts are wanting to do with the services that they plan to provide to the students. One of the objectives today is to understand the needs that the region has identified, and I will explain this as we go. Another objective is to understand the services that are outlined in the application. Another issue, how to interpret costs and budgets suggested by the district and region. And finally, to answer the question, what is the role of the parents in this entire process? Because you cannot imagine how important you are for the regional application. This year, when the regions and districts prepare a new application, the parents will have to sign their agreement with the services being proposed. Now, I want you to share with the person next to you to answer the question. What do I want to understand? What do I want to learn from the regional application? You have 2 minutes to share, and then I'm going to call on somebody to share with everybody else. Before we continue, here is the regional application. What page are we on? This is the example of an application. You got a package this morning from Sylvia. This is in your package. The blank application has been in your binders since December, but today you were given a regional application form that has been filled out. "30 seconds. What I want to learn from the regional application." 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to wait for everybody to be ready. Now we're going to share. I'm going to pick on some innocent person. Pick a card. Luis Felipe. Okay, Luis Felipe, could you share with the group what you want to learn from the service agreement? Here with my team at our table, we were talking with Adalberto that he would like to know what services are available in the region and the mechanisms for adopting new services and the criteria for evaluating the priority of those services in order to put together a budget. That's excellent. Somebody else. Take a card. Francisco Diaz. What would you like to learn from the service agreement? Don't forget the microphone. We were saying at my table that we would like to know, to understand what the procedures are in order to understand the services and how the services are distributed, the services that have already been approved. Thank you. I know there are different opinions. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm going to use my teacher voice. Did you want to share anything? No. I know that we all want to learn about the regional application because it's the basis for all the programs. There it describes what the region or district is going to offer, and you, as a basic part of the migrant program, must be involved. Let's continue. And why is it important? I was telling my colleagues that a week ago I felt just like this cartoon. I felt sort of sick. I had a need. So if I feel bad, what am I going to do? I can go to the doctor if my situation is serious, or I can take Robitussin, which is my mother's favorite medicine. Anything's wrong? Take Robitussin. You have a cough? Robitussin. But the objective is to get better. So we have needs in our lives, and we have to find out how to satisfy each need. Why is this important? It's important for you to know how to interpret the regional application to ensure that the proposed services comply and satisfy the needs of the students at the regional level. This shows the cycle of the service agreement. First of all, regions and districts identify their needs. How do they do that? I will explain as we continue, but that's the first thing that has to happen. Then, according to those needs, the program is designed to satisfy those needs at a regional or district level. After the programs are designed, and you are involved here because you can help the districts with recommendations about the programs. The programs are implemented throughout the year, depending on the program. It could be for 3 months, it could be Saturdays, depending on the program. And finally, the results are evaluated to see how it worked. How do we know if a program is effective or not if we don't evaluate results? So this is the cycle, and then the cycle begins again for each program within a region. What are the components of the application? You remember the previous presentation last December? Absolutely, right? All of the components and the parts of the application. I'm going to provide a review so that you can remember. We have the cover page, and when you are part of the process, you, as representatives, will choose somebody to sign in agreement that they participated in the process. Then we have the central program. What happens here? The district describes the main programs. So what are we going to do about language and literature? What are we going to use for math? Parent involvement. That is the central program. Then the number of students per grade. Then we have preschool, English language arts, mathematics, high school graduation, health. What programs are you going to offer for this component? Out of school youth, parent participation, and the regional RPAC, identification and recruitment, and technical assistance and monitoring. When we get the agreement, all of these components are present, and in each one, you have to describe each program very specifically. What are we going to do about language arts, math, health, high school graduation? All of that must be properly described, and you must be involved in all of these processes and understand each service, because you're going to sign that you participated, and you're going to sign your agreement with these proposed services. Finally, administration. That describes the staff required for administering the program. Within each service that I itemized, there is a narrative. That narrative includes, as I said, a question? I have a question. Who among the parents signs? How many? Does it must it be a member of the board or any parent? How does that work? I believe it could be the president of the RPAC or the PAC. It depends on the region. Somebody who has been involved in the entire process according to law. But the signature does not necessarily reflect agreement, only that you have been consulted. Thank you. Thank you for your question. The narrative includes needs, services proposed, goals, evaluation plan, staff required for that service, staff training, and finally, the budget for that service. And I'm going to cover each item with the example that I have given you. This morning, I understand that you were given an example of the regional application. Make sure you have it in front of you. It says Region X, and there are numbers here for the budget. Are we ready? Let's take a look at this example. Here is the cover page, as I mentioned previously. And if you turn to pages 2 and 3, here is the description of the central program. And take a look, it's pretty long. Here, the district describes exactly which programs are available for language arts, mathematics, parent involvement. It is all included in the narrative. And here the region translated the agreement and made it much easier for the parents to access this application in Spanish. Take a look that the description continues and ends on page 6, describing all of the programs. Any question about this section? Let's use as an example preschool. For preschool, we have goals and objectives according to the state delivery plan of services. Take a look at the state goals and then share with your group, and I will call on you at random, and you're going to tell me if you understand the preschool goals. We're using preschool as an example because there are several components and it would take us all day and all night to cover everything. So today we're only going to talk about preschool as an example. And the objectives are there. What page? And I provided a summary of the objectives to make it easier to understand. Give me a sign if you're ready. I wanted to emphasize that in the service agreement, if you take a look, this is for the 2013-2014 school year, last year. The new one will include a parent signature which isn't shown here. And as we said previously, the signature states that you participated in the process in your region. You say that the signature means that we participated in the process of completing the regional application, but to what extent did we participate? You are responsible for reading the service agreement, and the district can guide you too, but it all depends on the training that you receive locally. But if you could understand all the services, I don't know if you want to explain. Well, if you're evaluating services, you should be a part of that conversation. If they have a meeting to look at the cycle of needs, they have to be identified, and then which services are best. As Flori said, her mom would give her Robitussin. You have to find how those needs will be satisfied, and you can be a part of that conversation at each component level and come up with an agreement. And then you sign to state that you were there, that you participated, that you heard everything. But in the end, the director makes the decision, and maybe you disagree with the program. The director has that responsibility and is charged with making those decisions. At our first meeting, we spoke about the fact that you were an advisory group. So you don't decide policies. You just give your point of view, your opinion, and to participate in the decisions regarding the programs. At a local level, that's the same thing. When you're deciding about the programs, you can talk to the director several times to make a point. And I know that when somebody talks to me many times, I pay more attention, but you will not always be in agreement.
I just want to be clear that we're just counseling. We can't take any action. It's only the regional director that can take action. Yes, because that's the person that is charged with that responsibility. The district, the region. Another question. The reason why parents are taken into account is because the state requires it. So we have to be equal to them. And it also depends on each district how much they confide in the parents. In my region, for example, we are taken into account for the service agreement and for any action taken regarding each program. The agreement has to have the signature of each parent. Thank you for your questions, and let's go on then with the example that I was giving you so you will know how to interpret the request, the application when you have it. Please help me to read the objectives for preschool. The percentage of migrant students that are registered in programs that are preschool will increase, of high quality will increase. We want the majority of preschool students that are registered in programs to increase. The percentage of children that are ready to go into kindergarten at the age of 5 years old will increase. The percentage of students that are registered in kindergarten that are older than 5-year-olds will be reduced. As you know, migrant students, when they're over 5 years old in kindergarten, they're a little bit too old for kindergarten, so we want that number to go down. When you see what the needs are, what do you look for? What does a student need in order to achieve academically? What activities or services will allow a student to increase their achievement? You already know because you're involved in the migrant program. What have you seen in your regions according to the needs that are the student needs? For example, what have I observed in my region? And it doesn't have to be just in preschool. It could be in readiness for high school, language arts, mathematics. It would be what you have observed in the few meetings that you've already had and the conversations that you've had with people in your regions. So take 2 minutes to share with each other, and then we'll talk about it.
Pues en mi caso, lo que he visto es que muchos niños, bueno, aquí, por ejemplo, yo hablo, digamos, a nivel muy básico de kinder y primaria, porque pues, es mi experiencia que tengo porque mis hijos están chicos. Y lo que he visto con los amigos y también es que aquí los objetivos, por ejemplo, del kinder son muy accesibles, pero sepa distinguir las figuras geométricas, ¿no? O sea, sí, o sea, las básicas, ¿no? Y pero pues será nuestra cultura o como que no hacemos énfasis, o sea, pues pensamos que el kinder es para que nada más haga páginas y empieza a aprender a escribir, o sea, como que tenemos
Why?
diferentes objetivos. No, o sea, que se puede hacer, bueno, sí, de cierta manera,
Salimos de aquí
pero
agotadísimas, ¿eh?
bueno, o sea, no debemos importancia a eso. Y cuando llegan a las evaluaciones del kinder, del primer año, o el primer día creo que les hacen una evaluación, no saben
Tú no hiciste ninguno de mis viernes, ¿no?
Mm?
No hiciste ninguno de mis viernes.
los califican muy bajo,
No, she didn't give me any of them.
como si no hubieran pasado casi por preescolar.
She did tell me that Cristina was having some issues, so that she needed more work, and I didn't say anything. You know, I
Eso no está del presupuesto del viernes. Well, you know, por otra parte, nos regala de otra forma, ¿no?
fíjate que sí, en realidad, porque estas últimas dos sesiones en que he estado ahí en el Tribunal Federal no he hecho casi nada. La última, la penúltima, porque ella me dijo, ¿sabes qué? Estoy aquí, solo es un caso en cada tribunal. Ni te preocupes. Great. I love it. Claro. How could you have it any better? Seriously.
Se va a tener que preguntar qué vacaciones se va a tomar. If I'm going to plan that into my year. Porque el condado de Yolo, I mean, include this in your plans, entre el 9 y el 18 de junio va a estar cerrado prácticamente. They're going to be doing arraignments. Porque nos mudamos al nuevo edificio.
Ah, sí?
Sí.
Okay.
So June is not much going on in Yolo.
Okay. And how are things going with the manslaughter case, the traffic case? It's not manslaughter, is it murder?
Vehicular homicide.
Okay.
It's due to start the 24th of February.
Okay.
And then, el hermano de la señora que me limpia la casa, la señora Berta Borad, is charged with, I don't know how many counts.
Is
of
charged?
Child. ¿Cómo será el caso que le pusieron una fianza de 14 millones?
No. What the heck did he do? What did he do?
Estaba registrado con una mujer. She had a child. He assumed child service. Volvieron a mí. She did the DNA test, porque yo, qué sé yo, it turns out he wasn't the father. Anyway, he loves his child dearly. Le pidió si podía venir a pasar el verano con él. Dice que
Thanks.
sí, a cambio de dinero, por supuesto. He never sent her back. He's now charged with using her as a
Wow. Who would like to share? Yes. The needs that we have seen regarding the in it, everything has to do from kindergarten on. So lack of information may be on the parents' part. Perhaps children will enter late in kindergarten. They're delayed already, and kindergarten used to be a lot more sociable. The state noticed that by the time that they entered kindergarten, they were already delayed. So they made the change to make this more informative for the children, more skills, so that they would also already know how to read, even if it was basic, by the time they were in first grade. Because if they come in delayed in kindergarten, they're not going to be able to manage school. So something else, a lot of our people come in and move around. We have to find a way that the migrant education program have ties with those family as soon as possible, that bring the information to those parents. If we parents can't come to the meetings, a lot of the meetings have been done at the fields, because parents come home from school, from work tired, they come and fix meals. So we had to find a solution for this. And there is, we do need to make these changes. If we can do this for the parents, they feel more sure of themselves, and children will be able to excel. I would also like to know if in the service agreement, if is the ALCA plan included in that? Is because the parents are included in that. It's very important to me that a child begins from the time he's very young in preschool. Parents must be informed. Parents must know, must be trained. And if you can't do it at school, then we go to where the parents are. I'd like to also say that there are no places for children to be in the classroom. We'd need maybe more teachers where there might have more classrooms. In our region, a lot of time the children don't have the space for the children at the school. If the children can't go in if their birthday is before classes start. There's a delay because of that reason also. And if they've gone past that birth date deadline, there's a problem as well. So we also need more teachers. Thank you very much. Yeah, they fall behind. I believe that preschool is a very important stage in a child's life, because there are certain foundations for children. They have to start with the foundation. We see that when they're in the fourth grade, the fourth grade is a definition point, whether the child knows how to read in order to understand. That's a very important stage. So we need to support our programs, our directors, like Fearfy LA, because they have programs from 0 to 5 years of age that help children. So in that stage of life, it's very, very important that children at this rate have a very good foundation when they arrive in kindergarten. We are also seeing something was said about we're not talking about just preschool children, but we're talking about children in general. For instance, children who come from Mexico that are a little older. Usually these children are are very good in math already. They're very well prepared. But then they come and bump up to the language barrier. I think we need to find a mechanism so that as soon as possible they be immersed in English so that they can come to the same level as others. Because there's a lot of times that people, the children come to Mexico and they're very well prepared academically, but they're put in a lower level classes because they figure that because they are not English proficient, they will be deficient in other areas. So I believe that they need to be immersed in some way in English as soon as possible. I would also like to add something to what he stated. When a young man arrives, or a youth comes in from Mexico, he comes up with the barrier of the English language. But I believe that we need to have a mechanism, at least in my district or in my experience, a mechanism so that that parent can be involved of the need to bring the child up to date in English and ask that parent to give us an over and above strategy to join with us so that this child can reach that level. Not just a reclassification certificate, but what did the child need to do, or what did he do to be able to be reclassified in English? We need to really involve the parent in order to gain this for the child. One of the needs of the district is that when migrant students arrived, they needed to be evaluated. A plan needed to be set up for the academic achievement of the child. I believe that the districts are doing that, but I believe that we need to go and seek out the parent, make an appointment with the parent and involve that parent, because he needs to be a reinforcement for us. A parent participation is where we can perhaps have more services to acquire or to give that information to the parents. That's, I'm in total agreement with that. In the example that you gave in the application, please go to page 9. No, page 8, please. This district has described different needs that they have according to the age group. Look at the table. You can see the age, the need. If the need is complied with by the migrant program, is it a yes or a no? What is the migrant program and what services are provided for that need? Take 3 or 4 minutes to read as much as you can. These are all the needs described in detail here. Absolutely. Sorry for the interruption. When it says P3, P5, that's preschool 3 years of age. P5, preschool 5 years of age. When you've got your applications, y- the the districts are going to bring up the needs, and they will also describe service for that need. And let's talk a little bit about the needs in your districts. We're going to talk a little bit about the proposal of services and how to present this part of the application, because this is one of the main areas where you can understand exactly what the districts or the regions are proposing as far as needs. They must be aligned with the need, and they must reflect that strategy confronts the need, and that how they can comply with that need. For example, when I was a teacher, the most important thing in my week with the students was an evaluation. I needed to see what level the children were at. I made a plan so that the child would reach that academic goal. In the proposed services, the districts describe the strategy. I'll talk a little bit more in depth about that. What is the academic focus? The study plan. And don't worry, I'm going to go more into depth with each one of these. Instruction method, small groups, large groups, or one-on-one. The scheduling. The evaluation method. The service staff. Professional development of the staff. Communication plan, and the budget. Don't worry about it. I know I've given it to you all at once, but I'm going to go down the list one by one. The strategies. Upon describing the strategy, it must describe the conjunction of actions that are planned systematically in order to reach a specific goal. What is the district's plan? Let's look at this example. Please look at page 9, which describes the need, strategy, what is the support service, and the academic result. We're going to read one of these strategies where it says at least. Please help me with that part. At least, all of us together, please. So I'm not alone in this. Where it says strategies on page 9. At least 20 preschoolers and their parents need services to prepare for the education. The focused and strategy will be to increase time to develop more activities for parents and students, opportunities for the parents and the children may learn together, one from each other at home and at the center. provide education for our parents regarding the importance of preschool and their presence in the lives of their children, as well as to increase their understanding of their child's development and how to help support their growth. We're just going to read those two, but this part is where the plan is described. Is there a question? No? Then, the academic focus, what subject or content will be performed? It was that either language, mathematics, or science. I would like to identify what is the academic focus. Share with each other, and then choose a person to tell me what what this region has chosen as an academic focus. What will the content be? What subject will it be? What is the academic focus for this group? The academic focus would be language arts, mathematics, science. What would it be for this portion specifically? Now, choose a person. Luis Felipe Villagomez. All right. What is the academic focus that has been chosen for this program?
Bueno, nosotros identificamos que
We
es,
identified
lenguaje,
that it was language
bueno, en evaluaciones
because in the evaluations, it's phonographic, literary screening, vocabulary, image. Excellent. Do we agree? Yes. That is the academic focus in this section is language arts. The instruction method, that will be used in order to accomplish the instruction. Is it going to be in big groups, in small groups? Will it be at home or at a center? Please identify the method of instruction and choose one that you like to share with the group. I'll choose at random. Let's see. The president can choose. Maria Duarte. That way I'll learn who you are as well. What is the instructional method of this service? I believe to increase the time that parents are with the student. It says here regarding the opportunities so the children can share with each other and learn better, whether it be at home or at the center, to involve ourselves more with our children. And if we go to the center, in the same as well. Maria, could you also choose another person, please? You decide. one of your colleagues to participate with us. First of all, you can see the need for the service and thereby see whether there's a need for home visits or participation at a center for parents to participate more with their children or direct instruction one-on-one. When you see these at your districts, then you'll see those methods to see whether you're in agreement with the needs and being part of that process. The study plan refers to the curriculum that will be used. In this case, it's very clear as you see this study plan. For instance, you're going to use Listos, Circle, PALS, which is very famous for preschool children. And let's go on with the example that we've seen. Now let's go to the schedule. Turn to page 10, please, where you'll find the schedule. The example states minutes per day, days per week, hours or minutes per day. How long does the service last? Date for beginning or ending, hours or minutes per day. This must describe how long the service will take. Note the example. I'm going to pick someone to just read the first line. How many minutes and how many days a week? Who's going to brave through this? Jose Gudino. Let's see, Jose. Minutes per day. 210 at the center, days per week on Saturdays and weekdays. 18 children that will be served, 30 start date 9, 10, 13. Date that it ends for 18. 2014. So you'll have to see whether this is enough time. If we can suggest more time, that's the type of things that you must consider when you check on the schedule. The third is on the evaluation method. When I was a teacher, here we go again, there were different ways to evaluate a child, not just paper and pen and pick the part that looks nicest. You can also do surveys, evaluations. As we had stated before, children who do not speak English well, there are other ways to evaluate, and the district must choose an evaluation that will be quantitative. Unfortunately, there has to be a test to check the level, but apart from that evaluation, how well can we do the observation, surveys, and that type of evaluations? As I said here, what methods of evaluation will be used to evaluate the program? Is it going to be tests, observations, or surveys? Check the example, and you'll see that before we had talked about the objectives for the preschool program. Note down below where it says quantitative, local quantitative measures. This is where they identify what tests or type of evaluation they will do. Let's see. Turn to page 12 because the table continues on the next page. Yes, local. That's page 11 and page 12 on the back where that table continues. You can see here 4 types of tests. check the examples. You can see the columns, and the first exam is the P-body picture vocabulary test. Now, share with your group what the other three are. Brigands, and the other one? Proportional Awareness Literacy Screen, PALS. And vocabulary test. And below we have quantitative measures. Those are the ones that cannot be measured by a test. Observations, surveys, for example. If you
Excuse me, where it says it wasn't carried out, it means that no service was provided? No, that they didn't do the test. As I have to help plan the regional application this year, it'll be easier this afternoon because it'll show the name of the exam and the date it will be provided depending on the period of the program. It's going to be simpler than this table. If you are in a district, what qualitative measurements are you going to carry out? Survey, observations? Share this with your group and please provide your opinion about these qualitative measurements. Which would you prefer? Alberto, a question? Brigands, what does that mean? What was that? The Brigands test? It's another type of test given to preschool children. I'm not familiar with it, but I think it's a measure of the sounds of each letter. It's similar to the PALS test. Take a look at page 12, the qualitative measurements. Study groups and interviews, none was carried out. That could be a suggestion, right? Why don't we interview the parents and ask them what they feel about the program, or a survey? They did do a survey. They had results and they prepared a summary and observations. During the school year, the staff took notes of parent participation and how this contributes to the child's academic success. I think the interviews and study groups are important because there we would find out whether the parents find that their children succeeded or not, if the program was effective. We don't know whether it worked or not, and maybe the program will be repeated and we won't have any results. Yes, this must be discussed when you have your meetings. How did the students do from this program? Do we have results to measure success? Then service staff. Who is going to provide these services? Are they going to hire teachers or teacher assistants? Who is going to provide the service? This is on page 14, I believe. And you haven't fallen asleep yet. Oh, good. I'm the one who's asleep. It's on page 13. Page 13. Service staff. This is a complicated table. Pay attention for a minute, please. On page 13, first of all, we have the title. What person will provide the service? And here we have a teacher, center-based, on Saturdays for children who are 4 years old, a person with a certificate. 25% FTE and per hour. So is this 25% for those Saturdays or of full-time equivalents? Then extra hours, and the funding is 100% from the migrant program. It doesn't mean that this person is working 100%. It means that the time provided is the equivalent of 25% FTE. So 25% is a Saturday is 25% of an FTE. Or per year, 25%. How can I explain this? 25% of a full-time job. I don't know if that explains this. So 25%. So for example, 40 years would be an FTE. So the teacher is also working in other jobs, but 25%, which could be 2 hours a day, is contributed to the migrant program. So it's the equivalence. So if it's 100%, then this teacher is a quarter of an FTE. And then a teacher's assistant. And this person is classified, I think there's one more, MESS. They have to identify what MESS means. It could be migrant education student something. I'm not sure what it means. But as you can see, there are 3 persons providing this service. And they contribute with different percentages of their time. Staff development. This is critically important because the teachers must know exactly what they have to do. Remember the study plan? We talked about the study plan and the curriculum, if they're going to use study circles or what, then they need training in this. So staff development must explain how the staff are trained, on what dates, how much time. So take a look at the example. The dates and the expected results. We're on page 13. And finally, during staff development, it says, please describe the process used to identify the needs for staff development. We don't know what the study plan is, so we need training in order to provide our lessons properly. This is where they have to describe that. Any questions? And finally, we talk about the budget. How much is this going to cost? In our example, we're on page 14. How much does this cost? So here, there's a code. These are numbers that we use for accounting purposes, and then we have a description, the title of the person involved, then the narrative section. Here, you must indicate how the costs were calculated. For example, if a person works 5 hours at $15 per hour, how much does that come to? That should be explained in the narrative. And then finally, the amount. How much is estimated for materials and so on. Take a look at this table and tell me if you think that this is reasonable and whether the cost is reasonable. I think they didn't include materials here. Maybe they have last year's materials here.
También las instalaciones.
And what about the place?
También las instalaciones.
We need facilities also, the cost of the facilities. Yes. Yes, sometimes those are covered by the district, but other times those costs are not. Remember that previously we talked about all of the components of a regional application? Here we go. Each program that is described includes all of these. So if I have 3 programs in kindergarten, I have 3 narratives with all of the items we mentioned. If it's health, same thing. So each program must be described with its budget in the service agreement. Any questions? So my name is Flory Hewitt. If you have any further questions, just ask me. Alberto, I have a very important question. Who decides? Is it just the director? Who decides who is hired? Or as a parent, do you also have a role to play? I ask that because, for example, a teacher who teaches English to an American child who's always spoken English is not the same as a teacher who is teaching English to children who have never heard a word of English. So I think that those teachers need another type of preparation. We've spoken about the culture at other meetings. It isn't the same to teach a child who's always lived in the United States and who's never been involved with another culture, and to teach a child who comes here with other habits, other cultures, and the child should feel comfortable in order to learn. I agree totally, and it's my own experience. I learned English in Canada. I didn't know a word of English when I got to Canada, and it was pretty traumatic because nobody spoke Spanish, and my teacher wasn't the best in the world. But had that teacher been familiar with my culture or who'd had some sort of experience with a student such as myself, it would have been much better for me. I totally agree. Teachers must have an appropriate degree. Ideally, they would be bilingual, but usually college training for teachers is focused also on English learners. I studied to be a teacher, and part of my degree involved how to teach children who do not speak English. I had many students who were in that situation. It's very important. There was also a comment years ago. There was only English at the schools. There was an English-only program. And now most schools have a bilingual component. In McFarland, they are creating a school which will be bilingual, and the only teachers who will be hired will be English Spanish bilingual, because with the new standards, the staff must be bilingual with a focus on Spanish. It's a big change for us. Both languages are necessary, but for a time, Spanish was completely taken out of the schools. I would like to share something. This is the third meeting I've come to, and I always learn something new. And I appreciate the experience that we share at each meeting. And I'm learning more new things. I would like to share my experience in Region 24. We have a teacher who is trained and has a flexible schedule from 6 to 7:30 in the evening. We invite parents to be involved so that we can learn to work with our children in reading. This started last Tuesday. This is going to be an 8-week program, and during this program, we're going to be working on a book. We're going to do it. And every Tuesday, we are given a book that is written in English and in Spanish, and we can take it home in order to work with our children and to ask our children, what do you think about the cover of the book? They're teaching us how we can help our children to read a book. And in addition to learning how to read, they can understand what the book is about. Reading is one thing, understanding is something else. To learn the story. So they're helping us as parents. We can take the children who are in a separate classroom and they work with them. And they're training us as parents. And after 8 weeks of this program, we're going to have 8 books to keep. And we're going to create a special book. We're going to create the cover and the subject of the book. And we're going to share this with our children that we made this book from what we learned in those 8 weeks. I'm very pleased with this. I've learned at other meetings from parents who have shared what happened in their regions. And I didn't have anything in my region, but now I can share what's happening in my region. Thank you very much. Excellent. I have 2 comments. Firstly, it's very exciting to hear about that program, which is well aligned with Flori's presentation, because Selena said the applications are due in May, and now is the time that you must get involved with your regions. And if somebody likes that program, you can make a recommendation. Look, in Region 24, they're having a Tuesday program, and then they will have to complete this and incorporate your recommendation. And if this is approved by the director, this is the procedure you will follow to set up such a service. And whatever you have heard from your colleagues, you can suggest in your region. Adalberto, I would like to remind you all, and I'm responding to Adalberto's comment, the Ed code that we reviewed at our last meeting, section 54444.4, that's page 3 of what you received in December, and it says that one of the responsibility of the advisory committees at a regional and state level, this is number 3, and it deals with the issue. You can participate in the interviews. We invite parents to participate in the interview process in order to help hire staff for the migrant program. I have a question before you complete your presentation. When they talk about preschool preparation,
lo decimos nosotros aquí, pero no pudimos decir que el porcentaje de estudiantes migrantes
the percentage of children
después de los
registered
5
in
años de edad
kindergarten
se reducirá anualmente
beyond the
desde
age
el
of 5
básico del
will
2009
fall
con un objetivo 10% a
to
nivel
less
estatal.
than
Y quiero saber
10% at a
cuántos
state level.
casos tienen
I
la
would like to
población
know if you have any
logró el
data
objetivo
about
después del
that
2014
objective. Was it
y cuáles
achieved in 2014?
las ventajas que se tuvo
And what are the
si pudimos
advantages?
alcanzarlo
Could we achieve this? Did we achieve this goal?
o necesitamos un
Or do
trabajo
we need
más
to work
en
harder?
regiones porque
In our
es
region,
el primer nivel que es el kindergarten.
we have to deal with kindergarten. That's an excellent question. So when you participate in the evaluations, remember I talked about the cycle? There we go. At a district and regional level, those results must be evaluated. You have to ask the question, how did we do? Did we achieve those goals? These are questions that you must ask. And then you can continue with new needs and whether those goals have been achieved or not. Thank you.
Sí, a nivel región sí los
At a regional level,
trabajado demasiado,
we've worked hard
pero yo mi pregunta
for
es a nivel
kindergarten.
estado.
But my question has to do with the state level. At a state level, have we achieved the goal of reducing the number of older children registered in kindergarten? Older than 5, if that number has fallen? I'm not quite sure if I understand your question, but before I answer it, I was working in my previous job, working with children from infancy to the age of 5, and at a state level, last year the governor gave us additional funds for free state programs for children from infancy to 5 years of age. So that has improved, and there are more free preschool programs for low-income families. And I also wanted to talk about that. There are studies that show that children who go to preschool, and there are services for even for babies, because learning doesn't start at the age of 5. Learning starts in the womb. And it's very important, if you know about these services, tell the parents. Tell them to find those state free preschool programs. There are several programs, especially in migrant camps. And there are state funds and federal funds for these programs. This is allowing more children to reach kindergarten better prepared.
Es mi pregunta.
I ask this question
Porque
because
si nos damos cuenta o nosotros
if we,
líderes de
as
cada distrito,
leaders of each district, if we can
más
understand
involucramiento de padres significa
that more parent involvement means more college graduates. Statistically, it has been shown that more Latino students are going to college, but the number is still very small. And the jails, of course, are full of our people.
la última universidad que se ha hecho
The
a nivel estado hace 10 años,
last university that was established in the state was 10 years ago with Merced.
pero cada año se
But every year
añaden a las cárceles
we have more jails
celdas o
and prisons, cells, new buildings.
nuestra obligación como
So as parents, we have the responsibility of finding programs for children, for young people,
qué estudiante va a lograr objetivos.
because at a college level they are going to achieve their objectives. Others are going to fall by the wayside. Unfortunately, our culture is falling behind. Our people are falling behind. This was my question. We have to encourage
Lo
at least 3 years at a minimum. By 3 years of age, they must be ready for Head Start. That was my comment. The state, the CDE, and the governor are focused on increasing funds for students. In previous years, we didn't have sufficient funding, and we still have the same governor, but we now have more funds, and he is using those new monies for our children so that they have greater opportunities. And we, as parents, have the duty of supporting them. And as leaders, what you're learning here, you've got to take it back to your regions and to the parents who are there. Share with them all of the ideas that you are hearing about and Florie's presentation. Thank you. I have a brief comment to complete this topic. My daughter, I'm happy to hear that there are funds. Her preschool teacher always says that this child has been going to school since she was in the womb, and I would going to classes to learn English, and when she was born, she was only 7 months old. She could scarcely stand up, and she had a little table, and she would hold a pencil and write. And then when there was no funds, they tried to cut back that program. And we parents fought for that program. It was a migrant program, and then there were no funds, I don't know, but the school kept on going. And when they were going to close it down, they evaluated all of those children who were by then in second grade, and they had gone to preschool, and all of those children were at the top, and they kept the school because the results showed that all of those children who had gone to preschool, not a single one had fallen behind. And I'm very happy to hear that now we have funding. Shall we break for lunch? Any comment? Just a comment. I have heard twice that when a child is in 5th grade, you will know whether the child will make it or not. 4th grade. So as we are leaders, I believe that we have to be more responsible. I don't know if there's a theory, a scientific theory, that says that by 5th grade you know whether a child is going to make it or not. I think that is very tough. I don't know whether you agree. A round of applause, please. Thank you, Flory. We're going to break for lunch. Lunch is ready, and we will be back at 1:30? At 1. At 1. We'll be back at 1. Thank you.
I wanted to remind parents about the comment that I made to you about the parents leaving the conference when they shouldn't. Remind the parents that you deal with to please be punctual and to please be on time for the talks at the workshops, and also to be respectful when the speakers are speaking, to please keep quiet. We keep having to tell people to lower their voices. Please remember that these speakers come and need their respect. And I'd like to also say that you should remind that to your the parents that you deal with beforehand. Let's go to number 5, training and preparation for the conference workshop. Are you ready? Are you ready for the presentations that we have just given you? What we're going to do right now will be a little bit, will be in 3 parts, and we have 3 hours for this training. We'll begin by reviewing some tips for your presentations. This is going to be very brief because you have already shown that you are leaders and you know how to do your presentations. So this is going to be very brief. And then after that, our new director and I are going to give you an example of the presentation in its whole. It's going to be really quick, just to give you an example of how it's done. As you all know, this is all going to be recorded, so if you need to see it in 3 weeks' time, you'll be able to see it on the internet. So you'll be able to review what we're doing here. I don't think you're going to need it, but just in case, it'll be there. I don't know how long it'll take us to do this first time, but we're going to divide you into groups. We're going to give each group, for instance, group 1 will do the slides from 1 to 4, and then 5 to 8 will be the next group. And you will prepare those slides so you can come up and present those slides. Those of you who were here last year, it's going to be the same model, the same template. So everyone will have a turn depending upon how quickly we're going through this. We'd really like to be able to give you feedback on it. So depending on how we're doing, you might have a little bit of extra time for at least 10 minutes so that you can organize within your group. Because on that day, you're going to do all of the slides completely. Very obvious. So we're going to begin what I call in English the rule of 3. There's no good translation, but I said the rules of 3. There are some times that we have things to remember we try to remember so much that we don't remember anything. So let's think about 3 principles that allow us to do this in our presentations. The 3 are to know your objective, prepare and practice, and to be clear and concise. We'll begin with what the objective is. Why are we here? What is the message that we want to give people? It's important when you are preparing, although you might only have, maybe ECS will say, I'll have the slides for the day of the conference. I will do slides from 10 to 14, so he figures I'll just study those. But it's very important that if you're going to tell the objective and the message clearly, you need to know it all. What would another reason be to know the entire content of the workshop? Who could opine on that, or who would like to make a suggestion as to why one must know the subject completely? To support the team entirely in case there's a doubt, and that so that the problem does not just fall on one person. People get very nervous at times at these presentations. So here, maybe Isaías or someone else may know it very well and he's not nervous. Then he could support the other person. But above all, it's very difficult to know what the whole message is if the only thing you know is, and you are only informed on this little portion. We can enrich our whole presentation if we know the entire presentation. In your packets this morning, you received the workshop that you're going to give in conjunction with the day. Isaías is showing you the day that the notes that you will use. You will see when you start to take that into account. Do you have those? Are those the ones that are stapled? You'll find them in the packets that Sylvia distributed today. I think that they're stapled. One of them is a presentation that will be given. I don't know if you remember the meeting that we had on the 13th. One is a presentation that will be on screen on the day of the presentation, and the other is the notes. You'll find when you review the notes that some of the information, some of the points on the notes don't have a slide to go with it. They don't match. It's just for informational purposes. For example, let me see if I have it here. I believe it's over here. The notes, these are the notes. You're not going to see this. The public isn't going to see this. The audience will not see this. This is for you to study. What you are going to see when you review this, you will see that some of the points that are here do not match a specific slide. It's for information. It's for you to have a little bit more to take out of your boxes when it's your turn. So when you start to review the slides, you might be able to use some of these points on the notes, and taken all together, it will give us more knowledge about the total message that you're trying to bring forth. Prepare and practice. This is also something that we sometimes do. We prepare in our section, but it's good to say, I'm going to practice the whole thing, not just what you're involved in. I know that there's a lot of you who have been presenters in several places. What are some of the strategies that you have used or that you use in order to practice or to prepare for this? What do you do to prepare? Is there someone that can tell me here at this table? Practice? What are the microphone, please? Sir?
Pues practico en
I practice
o le expongo, hago mi exposición
or I do my presentation in front of a friend or to my wife or my children to see if I'm actually communicating what I would like to communicate to them. Very good. Is there another idea? Sonia, what do you do to prepare? I also have my family listen to me, or I stand in front of a mirror, because sometimes your facial expressions, your body language, your facial expressions may say something that you're not saying with words. So I project myself with the mirror in front of me. That's the first presentation that I do. Mr. Torres. Another thing that I do on a small sheet, I put down keywords, just words, and that helps you emphasize a particular word and idea that you want to bring forth. Tell me about the clock. It's important to take into account how long it takes us to go through a particular subject. And if you clock yourself, if you time yourself, excuse me, then yes, who practices in front of a mirror? That's very important. That's really good. I don't like that at all. I have done it in front of the mirror, and I can't do it. No, I don't like to. I don't really like to keep looking at myself. But let's go on. After practice, and yeah, sometimes if you see yourself in front of the mirror, that will allow you to see whether you're projecting optimism. That is true, yes. I'm going to practice that a little bit more so that I can feel more comfortable doing so. Be clear, be concise. When the director and I go to do our presentations, our modeling, we're not going to be very clear or concise. We're going to be very fast. We're going to be doing it really quick, because I was going to tell you, sometimes in order to be clear and concise, it's good to take a pause, to be, we're going to try to be clear and concise, but keep your voice loud, speak louder, which sometimes seems normal or regular. Sometimes we think that I'm doing it very slowly, but in order for the public to hear you well and clearly, it's better to speak clearly. If you mumble like this, they won't understand you. Sometimes speaking means getting close to a person or go up to people because they might be getting distracted or maybe they're getting sleepy. So I get up close to people or I ask people a question, what do you think, for instance? And did you notice that Flory did that? She went over there. She said, oh, are you guys falling asleep over there? What a good idea. Flory's presentation was a very good example of how to do their presentation. Go and check out the video and see her example. Above all, know who your audience is. One other thing, to not use the same word over another in a presentation. To be careful not to use words. In English, those words are called non-words because they're not words. And in Spanish, they're called crutches. Sometimes we forget and we forget how to use that time. That time is better used with a pause rather than. That's when one has an idea that gets blocked, one starts to hem and haw. The other person needs to be prepared and not necessarily say, okay, it's your turn, but rather get up close and whether it be with a hand or gesture and give that other person to the opportunity to go on and take it from there while you relax. One other thing that also gets you off kilter when a person is asking you something, and a person gets off the subject, you lose your train of thought. So you need to know how to come back to the subject. Carlos, please. On these conferences also, it's not just going to be one presenter, but the majority of the times it's going to be three of us. So the other two that are not speaking at that time, they need to keep a visual contact with the audience, which will keep them at attention as to what's going on because they'll know that we're watching for them. It's obvious that you have a lot of ideas, and that's why I didn't want to review everything. If we can remember these points, that's something that would perhaps help you stay on the subject. But I'd like you to give me more ideas. What other things can you give us? Mr. Salvador Torres, I think it's important when there's a PowerPoint presentation that people don't just finish by reading everything that's up there because involuntary, those people may think, well, I can read too. What's the point? So it's very important that you are completely, that you know the entire subject because there are people that can read the whole PowerPoint, but they can read it too, and they have it in their folder already. They have all those words, and all we're doing is reading the PowerPoint exactly as it says up there. As you said, it won't be interesting to them. Talking about the same thing, sometimes it's good if you have a computer in front of you. You look at the computer instead of looking back at the screen. It's not only uncomfortable, it also lets the people know that you know your subject. Yes, because we normally have the computer here, and instead of using this big screen, we can use the screen on the computer. That's a good idea. That's why we put two different pages, the one you study, but the parents are not going to have the same words that you have. So if we have something to explain with so that they don't know exactly what we're talking about. It's called bullets. It's a point. It's a reference point for the speaker, and then you develop that information, the subject with the information that you've already studied. So you just say the bullets. Those are the points. and then develop those points.
Otra idea es, por
Another idea,
ejemplo,
for example, would be
relacionar el tema
to
con alguna
relate the
experiencia
subject with
propia.
a personal
Así
experience.
uno, pues ya sabe,
That
eres
way,
experto en su historia y entonces
you are
de esa
an
manera
expert in your
puedes dar
story, and
mejores
you can
ejemplos
give a better example
platicando
by
tu
your
experiencia y
story,
se vuelve más
explaining your own
interesante.
story, and the presentation becomes more interesting. A very good idea. Thank you. Another thing, where you set your sight. For example, you're just looking at one person or just focusing on looking at one particular place. Look around throughout the audience, because sometimes you're almost seeming to direct your presentation to just one person, and it's really just because of your nervousness. There are times, too, that we come into parents that know about the subject much better than we do, and we can say, you can also give us your antidotes regarding the subject, in case we don't know about a subject, because I've found that I'll come across someone that has a very good knowledge about what I'm talking about. That's why it's a good thing to know who your audience is. That can be useful. Conchita. For a presenter, the greatest fear is that someone else might know about the subject better than you. So the suggestion would be that when you present yourself, you identify yourself as one of them, as a human being. You're only sharing information. You know you're not perfect, and then you feel a little more relaxed. You identify yourself from a human standpoint. Julio Salazar. Regarding that point, I would like to just make a comment. I believe that you stated that you are the experts in your own story and no one else knows your story. Use your own personal experience to help you. And let us remember that the better prepared that we are and the better documentation you have, because you'll always find parents that know a little bit more than you do. And if that intimidates you, that's going to make you shut down. That's going to shut down your experience. We made parents participate, do interactive practices at a workshop that we had. At one of the principals at a school gave a speech in English, and then everyone left. Then it was my turn to do it in Spanish, and the parents' participation was more open. You're not talking to somebody that's higher up than you because you have a title. You're talking to a peer, parent to parent. Give them the liberty to ask the questions that they'd like to ask. We stayed behind to answer questions. If you believe that this is a difficult subject, between the three of you as speakers, have someone give an idea. It will be less boring to people. Everyone can brainstorm, and you start to relax. That's something that's worked very well for me. Going to that same point, when there's a person in the audience that knows a lot about the subject, unfortunately, there's two attitudes. There's people that know a lot and wants to share, and there's other people that like to test you. They ask you questions that they already know the answer to, which is a very bad attitude, but because you're asking something that you already know to see if they have the same answer as you. So when you find somebody that's going to do that to you, you need to take advantage and invite that person to contribute. If they know that subject that well, then the best thing you can do is to have him contribute. If they're trying to make a comment that is going to make you feel bad, these people can help you with the presentation. They can contribute. I like that idea because you're using the public to your advantage. Is there a disadvantage to that, though? Is there a risk in doing it so? I believe that the risk is the time involved because a lot of times I have also done several conferences and workshops, and the problem is that when you find a person like Salvador is describing, you lose a lot of time, and you need to have a lot of control of the audience and control of the conversation to be able to control the theme. So that's a two-edged sword. It's almost better to let that person go ahead and make their comments, but do it in the end. That's something that we were going to say to you too, because it's the same risk as you had just stated. Sometimes they get off the subject and it gets out of control. They start talking about other things. One of the things that we would recommend to you for this presentation, because this is all only 75 minutes, remember that. And it's not really 75 because while people are coming in and greeting each other and introducing the other people, minutes start coming down. There's less and less time. So it's best if you say, if there's questions during the presentation, please write them down. And when we're finished with the presentation, we can start answering those questions, and then you avoid those risks. Is there another question, or are you ready to model? Are you ready?
You should have what is going to be shown here on the screen. This is what's going to appear on the screen. I have a comment. On page 10, there's an activity, and I don't know if you agree. I thought I would do that, page 10 of the activity. On page 10, positive activity number 13. I think it should be given as soon as the parents show up because it says, I have a problem with, and then how do I feel? That would be the first item that should be completed by the parents when they show up at the presentation. The second part would be towards the end, in which you ask, how do you feel now and how useful has this been? And I have a problem with, I feel because, and then I would like. We can do that at the beginning of the presentation. So when we finish the presentation, I would ask, okay, now give me a message that could be used in your home this week. We're going to model that. So there are two packages here. One is going to be on the screen and will be seen by the audience when you give your presentation. This is the one that the audience is going to be looking at. If you want to agree, when we split up the slides, we're going to use this package. So we're going to say group 1, slide 1 to 6. And this is a package that you would use. This is what you're going to present. This is what the audience is going to see. This is going to be on the screen during your workshop. But in order to study and prepare, you're going to use this other package. This is the guide. Any questions about this? About the two different packages? Let's start. Thank you for being here today. I am Veronica Aguila. I'm a parent. I also was a migrant, and I'm here to share with you what we have learned at the CDE so that when you go back to your region, you can do this again with the parents in your region. And now, Elvia has the floor. Hello, I'm Elvia Maguire. I'm the mother of 4 children, and I hope you have fun today and that you like our presentation and that you learn 1 or 2 things that you can take with you as a strategy to use at home to help your children. Let me remind you of a few things before we start. Please silence your cell phones. If you have them with you, put them on silent. And we're going to ask you, please, while we go through the presentation, if you have any questions, write them down in your folders, and at the end, you will have time to ask questions, or we'll be around during the conference and we can answer all of your questions. We're going to start. There are 2 objectives today. We would like you to learn that parents are the first agents of change and promoters of their children's education. And we want you to be aware of all the changes that are going on with Common Core and to understand how this is going to affect your children's learning. Studies have shown that parent involvement and participation in their children's education is quite important. And cooperation between parents, schools, and communities helps children learn. Contacts with doctors, oculists, truck drivers, these are people who should be involved in the development and growth of your children. Children do better when their parents plan and establish home activities. What are we doing at home to support our children? How are we talking to them? Are we creating an environment that allows them to learn? A key issue that has been shown in studies is that there are inequalities in scholastic achievement between supportive parents and parents who are not supportive. Our attitude as parents sends a message to our children and affects how they're going to go through the education process. So our habits and customs affect them and may help them to go to school, or if their environment has non-supportive attitudes towards school, it'll be different. So let's talk about customs or habits at home that can help your children in their studies. We're going to go through them and tick off the ones that you are already using and that have at home in support of your children. Limiting the quantity and quality of TV at home. Talking to your children frequently. And go ticking off whether you're doing this already. If you're doing it, tick it off. Listening to your child have his say. Taking an interest in what your children are doing at school. So it's important to take an interest. All children are different. Helping your children do their homework. I'm sure you do this already. And speaking good things about the school, the teacher, and education. And sometimes we don't do it on purpose, but we say, oh, that teacher, and that affects the children. To develop a link with the teachers, the principal, and other persons at school. Do the teachers see us? Are we asking questions? Are we being involved? Showing your children many experiences, taking them to the library, to a museum. Your children must learn that we learn from everything. So if you have a free day or free time, take them out to the community, take them for a walk down around the block, show them something. Look, this is what is happening. Ask them questions. You can learn from everything. Allow each of your children to show their own personality. Sometimes we want to impose our own ideas and likes and dislikes. You have to let them develop their own interests. Make sure that your children get a physical checkup, check their eyesight, their ears. Sometimes the child isn't lazy. He just has a medical condition. Go to the doctor regularly, even if he went 6 months ago. But if the child has changed, doesn't want to go to school, if something has happened, take the child to a doctor. Love your children and tell them so every day. Maybe that's done at school, but children have to hear, I think everybody, children especially, need to hear 5 positive comments for every corrective comment in order to develop properly. So there's no such thing as overdoing telling them that you love them. And maybe Isaías can tell you the story of the wise man. These habits also show that our home habits support the school and allow the children to learn better and to get better grades. And why is that? Because if they have those customs at home, if it becomes a routine, they will get better grades. They're going to pay attention in class. It helps them acquire lifelong skills. We don't just want them to be good students. We want them to be good world citizens. If they decide to have a family, if they want to be an attorney, or if they want to have another trade, those habits will help them. And they also will learn to become independent learners. The habits that we teach them at home must teach them to be independent. We don't have to be reminding them to do their homework all the time. You have to do that initially, but they themselves have to know that they must study on their own. Habits can also allow them to use their time more efficiently and control their learning. If they learn, okay, I have 15 minutes. What do I do with 15 minutes? I have homework. I want to look at that soap opera. What should I do? Do I do my homework first? They should do their homework first. And that helps them achieve more at school. Those are the habits that they learned at home. Habits always also carry over to other situations inside the school and out. Our children learn at school, but also outside the school environment. They have to get on with people. They have to know how to get on well with the people around them. All of this will help. What can we do as parents? Number 10. I'm sorry. I should have practiced. That's what happens. This one is a little bit different from the one I've used in the past. What can you do? Set time to do homework every day. And if there's no homework for that day, use that time to study. They have to think ahead. No, oh, okay, I don't have homework, I'm going to go play outside. They have to learn that if they have free time, that half hour, instead of using it to do homework, they can do something else, like go to a museum, go to the library. Any other ideas? If they don't have homework and they have 30 minutes, what do you do? I can take the child to the gym. Okay, because exercise helps you to learn better. What else? Talk to them about their achievements and what they think they want to do or where they want to go study. And that improves their self-esteem and tells them that you appreciate who they are and what they are doing. So just ask them, what college are you going to go to? Not if you're going to go to college. That gives them the message that you expect them to go to college. So to make the statement that they are going to go to college and not tell them, well, maybe if you go to college, you're making a statement. You are going to go to college. That's a very good idea. And you can choose the right schedule for all of you to do homework. I came from a family of 9. Now I have 2 children. It's a good idea to have the same schedule. They come home, they have something to eat. From 7 to 8, it's homework time. And then from 8 to 9, there's something else. If it's 2 children or 9 children, and they're all doing their homework at a different time, and somebody has the television on, are the others going to be able to study? No. But if there's a set time for everybody's homework, they're going to be able to do it better. Sometimes there's a study that says that some children need to be listening to music in order to do their homework, and others need silence. And sometimes we take away the music and that upsets them. That's my other issue. There are studies that show that classical music in the background or quiet music without too many words, because otherwise they're listening to the lyrics instead of listening to their studies. Music makes it easier for them to learn what they're studying. It opens their mind, and they can learn more. Every now and then, contact the teacher and find out if the homework is being done properly, because maybe the child has spent the time doing the homework and the homework never gets to the school. Sometimes it's scrunched at the bottom of the backpack. So if the homework never gets to the teacher, even if the homework is done, the student gets no credit because he's not turning in his homework. And tell them, okay, you did your homework. Tell me about your homework. Because tell them, show me your homework. Tell me about it. And then you are sure about what they're doing, and you make sure that the homework is turned in. Sometimes they do their homework and they don't turn it in. So what can we do? Here are some other ideas. We want to emphasize time that is set aside for homework every day. Choose a set place for homework with enough lights. You already covered this. enough light. You have a question? A comment? I have a couple of brief comments from my own experience. The good use of time. I recall a teacher who taught civics in Mexico, and she would say we had to be very frank and to write down everything that we had done in the last 48 hours, everything from the time of going to bed. And why? So that you can see how you are wasting your time or how you are taking advantage of your time. And if you're not taking advantage of your time, to take a look at where you're wasting time. Good exercise. And another comment? And then common sense. And that would be item 6 here. You don't just go to school to learn to add and subtract and multiply. It's to get the tools to get ahead and to face problems throughout your life. So common sense is important for every activity you carry out in your life. If you don't have common sense, you're sunk. I think common sense must be applied in school and everywhere. And among the habits that we covered, you don't need any special education. Everything is just common sense. But sometimes we do it and sometimes we don't, even if it's common sense. And you reminded me of something. If you have a minute, choose from all of those habits circle one that you're not doing and try to implement it. And another comment about homework. And this is a personal story. Every time we were ready to leave for vacation, we didn't want our holidays because our teachers would give us homework over vacation. And it wasn't, we didn't have enough time, but I was motivated to complete our homework because our teachers would correct our homework carefully and with comments about our mistakes. So I feel that that is very motivating. And that is part of the communication and collaboration with the teachers. As you say, that motivates students. What I've observed here in the United States, many teachers demand homework, and the homework is turned in, but then the corrected homework is not given back, and that discourages the students. All of those habits then can either encourage or discourage our children, and we'll discuss that later. But this gives you the chance, if the teacher is giving the student too much homework and the corrected homework is never given back, you should contact that teacher and say, look, what's going on? I would like to understand. And when you contact somebody at the school, our objective should be, we want to understand. Let's continue so that we don't lose more time. So there are many different ways to favor our children's learning. Self-discipline is one of the most important aspects. When we talk about this, we're talking about responsibility. You have to face the consequences of our decisions. We have to develop in our children a sense of responsibility and self-discipline. And we are a model for that, and it isn't easy. It's not easy to teach, but we are modeling behavior at home. They should see that we are responsible for our own actions and decisions. And they will absorb that this is something that happens in the family. Reinforce the importance of taking responsibility, because there's some children who always blame somebody else. Oh, because Isaias told me, or he told me, or the dog did this, and then they don't assume responsibility. Here, in this activity, this is what Isaias was talking about. Here, we get the chance to practice how to take responsibility about the way we feel, about the way we communicate with our children, so that they can see and listen and learn and respond in a similar fashion. This is the example. You've told your 11-year-old child that it's time to do his homework. 15 minutes later, he's still playing. You've reminded him that it's almost time to go to bed. He's still playing. So now we're going to send a message starting with I. I have a problem with. How do we complete that sentence? Any ideas? I have a problem with the fact that you're not listening to me. I have a problem as a parent. This is a message from a parent using this example. I have a problem with the fact that you're not paying attention to me. Why? And you can make a choice. I have a problem because I care about you, because you're not learning. The child isn't learning. And this affects your future. This is an example. I feel very sad. That was before, I'm sorry. I feel very sad because I would like to talk with you in order to help you with whatever you need to do your homework. And you can write down different ideas. So take a minute now to write a personal message using I that you could use at home this week. Maybe you know your own circumstances and your own children. Maybe you can remember something that happened yesterday, last night, last week. And take a moment to write a message starting with the word I. And we will spend 5 minutes doing this. And if anybody wants to share, that's fine too. So responsibility and self-discipline is important. How do we motivate our children? If they can see that they're doing their homework and the teacher is providing feedback, that could be a motivating factor. But at home, you can tell them your own personal stories or family stories that show that effort and perseverance and good character are necessary. We've all gone through hard times, but we kept going. We didn't give up. Otherwise, where would we be? We wouldn't be here, right? So let's keep going. They need to hear those stories. Maybe we've told them some of the stories, but not all of them. And we have many personal experiences to share. Discuss important people who have got ahead despite difficulties. Do you know of any famous person that you admire and who triumphed despite many difficulties? Who would you say?
Pues
Well, because we're migrant workers. Cesar Chavez, right? Si se puede, of course. And think of other people and tell them those stories and those hardships. If there are educational programs that could reinforce that message, watch them with your children. That would be a good use of television. Give them the chance to meet relatives, friends, or members of the community who could inspire them. Maybe somebody in the legislature. And be a model and an example through your own activities. And then we have discouraging and encouraging sentences or habits and customs. If you expect the worst, or show trust, that encourages them. Write down or showing them what they did wrong. Oh, look, once again, you've done this. This discourages them. When we increase their potential, when we admire their potential, when we tell them, you know, I trust that you can pick up after yourself and that you're going to do it before 5 p.m. Expect perfection. We're not perfect. If this is what we expect, it's not very encouraging. Appreciate your child. They're never going to get tired of hearing that you love them. The principal, the director, was saying that her mom would make a cup of tea to encourage her. And of course, she was encouraged to be too protective. Be protective, but not overprotective. Stimulate your child's independence. They must behave, they must be responsible, they must know how to conduct themselves when we're not there. If they behave properly only when we're around, what's the point? But they must be independent and they must have the example of how to behave when we're not there with them. And why is it important to know all of this? It's important because this year, as from 2010, California adopted the Common Core standards. Several states have also adopted the Common Core. In Mexico, this is nothing new, but for the United States, it is new. In Mexico, we had a single book which had the figure of liberty on the front. And whether you were in Sonora or in Guadalajara, that was the book. Here, from California to Texas to any other state, the curriculums are different and the standards are different. So the Common Core standards are a new system to ensure that California students are studying exactly the same as those in Oregon or in Washington State. And as migrant people, if we travel from one state to the other, this will help the students because they won't be changing their curriculum every time they move to another state. If we can understand how our children learn at school, we can help them develop their capacity, and it also strengthens the bridge between the home and the school. If they have to have certain discipline at school, if they're at home, they do their homework and then go out to play, and if at home we have habits that transfer to the school, if at home they have a place to study, then they know how to do it at school. If at home they don't hear that studying is valuable, they're not going to have that attitude at school. Everything that we do at home transfers to the school. So we're going to play school now because we've been talking to you for too long. We would like to have a demonstration. The standards will bring change. Teachers usually stand in front of the room and write on the blackboard and the students copy. That's traditional. But now with computers, with television and everything, studies are changing. Because now we're making a presentation here. In the future, your child is going to be making a presentation to the other students. This is part of the schoolwork. And standing up in front of their peers is the scariest thing they can do. So to teach them at home is also going to help them. The other thing they're going to have to do at school, they're going to have to watch a video and then talk to another person and explain what they learned. And in the tests, they're going to see a science video or social sciences or math video, and then they're going to have to answer questions in the test. This is different, right? A big change. They have to learn at home. If they're watching a soap opera, because they do that in the evening, they have to be able to tell you what the soap opera is all about, to explain it in a summary and to do it right. So now I'm going to show you a video, and you're going to divide into groups of two, A and B, A and B, A and B. And can you join A and B there? And can you go over and do the play school task? And you have a group here already. So you are like your own children at this play school. Pay attention. This is a 3-minute video. And at the end, I'm going to tell person A to explain to B what was learned in 3 minutes and then switch. And B is going to explain to A what B learned. And this is what your children are going to have to do at school. This is different. We weren't doing it before.
A, tell D what you learned. I know. Wow. But what are you going to do? Yeah, that was really pretty well done. Do you miss teaching sometimes? Do you? You're good at it.
With their nose rings and attitudes. It's so good.
See, such an
That's why
important job to not
I
be
get
well
such a
paid.
charge. I know. That's why I get such a charge of doing my workshops because I
Yeah.
practice what I've been taught how to do.
Ahora, now, B will tell A what you learned. Now it's going to be B telling A. Are both of you done? All right. I'll give you 30 seconds more. All right, let's all go back to the group. The benefits of the state standards of a Common Core are very important, as you saw in the video. But not only that, they're going to allow our children to compete on a worldwide level. They will also become of clear formulas that describe knowledge and abilities that a student must reach, must achieve. We gave you some papers that say kindergarten, third grade, and high school. You'll see that those are guidelines that show you the standards and what the expectations for what each student should be able to learn. You'll find the guides look like this. Guides for parents to promote academic achievement. Please pay attention to the one for kindergarten in particular. Kindergarten used to have to only be able to count to 10. Now they need to be able to count to 100. They used to be only to be able to to add until 10, but they have to be able to count to 100. There are a lot of changes, as you saw on the scales, in order for them to be able to better achieve. They need to know these concepts before they go on to first grade and then on to second grade. I studied in Mexico, and that's the way it was in the United States. You had to have a solid basis in math to be able to count to 100 and add to 100, add to 10, and know all your multiplication tables before you started to divide. I believe that the concept is not that new for us in Mexico, but Common Core standards for each state must be the same. The benefits to these standards, they are intended to inform the parents and students and teachers as to what is required of them each year. There's no mystery here. You have your guidelines as parents when the student goes to the classroom, they learn hour by hour. The benefits promote the cooperation between the states to share the best teaching practices for professional development and materials. We can share with Oregon what we're doing here and vice versa. Whatever is working for them will help us to know what would be better to use with our students here. There's a lot of resources. We've given you 3 examples for each grade level. So if your children are not in 3rd but rather in 2nd, they could go online and print out the one for 2nd grade. There are also other resources on the web page for the California Department of Education. It says students and parents. You can get more information from that tab. Questions? Yes. I have questions. Approximately when is it foreseen that all students will be doing Common Core standards? They were adopted in California in 2010. The exam that will see whether the students are achieving those standards was piloted this year, the 14th and the 15th. And next year, the test will be set. Now, we started the transition in 2010. The question, I know that, but what I'd like to know, when do you believe that everything will be working equally throughout? Because when I was in high school in Mexico, we had algebra. Everybody on a certain grade level had algebra. They didn't ask you whether you wanted to have algebra. If you were in the 2nd high school year, you had to have algebra. You had the same book. I don't think that there's nothing more uniform than that. We had the same textbook. No matter where in Mexico you were, it was the same textbook. And so what I see here in the United States, and that's my concern, for example, the children that in high school, for example, many of them are going to have algebra or trigonometry. So according to what I understand, with Common Core, they will have to do algebra. So in 2nd grade, in the sophomore year in high school, are all of them going to do algebra, or are some of them going to do algebra and others not? Or how will that work? The standards means that everyone is equal. Everyone is the same. All of the cars, they have the gears, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So my question would be, are these classes going to be optional, or is everyone going to have to take those classes? The standards are what the students are required to learn. I'm going to answer several questions. Regarding the textbooks, the books are different from state to state, but the standard, the concept of what is going to be learned is the same. The book is not the standard. The standards are what the child must learn and know. And regarding what they must learn, everyone must learn the same thing in first, second, third, and fourth grade regarding when algebra is to be learned. There are options. They can learn it in seventh grade, in eighth grade, or in ninth grade, but they do have to learn algebra. For this presentation, though, because this is a presentation that you are going to give, we're going to leave this presentation at a common, ordinary level. This could be a presentation that could take days because there's a lot of levels. There are deeper or more diverse levels. This is just a basic level because this is a presentation that you will give to other parents, and we want those parents to be able to give to other parents. The educational system is very complicated, very complex. Just a very short comment. We're not going to go into everything regarding the standards. We're going to give you an opportunity to prepare for your workshops. That's why we're doing this practice. That's the subject for today. I don't know if this is a subject, a comment that has to be given now. I think it's a really quick comment because I also want to remind you about the standards, the guidelines. Please be watchful of the standards so that we can continue with the things that are in the agenda. Just a quick comment. My concern or doubt is regarding the following. If a student is going to have to take algebra with the option of taking it in certain grades, my concern is if before the student finishes high school, does a student have to do algebra and geometry? Yes, that's what the Common Core standards are. And as I was saying, after the presentation, you and I can speak because I'll be here. But right now, let's go on ahead with the next portion. We want to give all of you an opportunity to practice. Let's practice. The third part of this subject was for you to be able to practice. So we're going to give you the opportunity of coming up front and deal with some of the slides. We'll go into our own groups. The first group is the one that is led by Ms. Linda Hurtado, who can remain seated right there. The rest of those at that table can get up, please. Francisco Diaz and Salvador Torres will be here with Ms. Erlinda Hurtado. That's the first group. Today, you're going to study slides 1 to 4, not from your notes, but from the program that I have here. That's group 1. Now, group 2, Maria Duarte will be here with her group, Jose Gudino and Carmen Zamora, here with Maria Duarte. And you two, if you could please stand up. Jose Gudino and Carmen Zamora. This is for practices, but the one that you're going to see up on the screen is something else. If you would like your notes, then you can use the other one. The notes are here. These are the ones that you will study from. One. That's you're going to do from 5 to 7 from this presentation and slides. Group 3, Julio Salazar. If you will come to this table or there in the back. Julio Salazar and Adalberto Chavez and Janet Ortiz. With Adalberto and Jeanette, and you are going to work with 8 to 11, slides 8 to 11. Where is Sonia Sanchez? Yes, Sonia Sanchez, Vicente Valentin. You can stay at where you're at, and Vicente could come here. And you will deal with from 12 to 15. Yes, Salvador. So you two will do from 12 to 15. Isaias group 5. Would you like to move someplace else or stay there? Your group is Susana Guadarrama, and you'll be doing slides 16 to 18. You can go ahead and talk about those. Group 6 is the last group. Where is Mr. Gonzalez? Oh, yes. You two are going to be doing slides from 19 to 23. Who else is missing? Okay. You, sir, will be in group 7. But for today, you will be with these ladies, and you are going to do slides 19 to 23. Wherever you want, you can go ahead and take your chairs and work there where you are. From 19 to 23, yes, good. Now, we'll give you 10 minutes to do that.
How long is this workshop? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Slap me if I start snoring.
I will be conscious. Voy a estar haciendo un coro
Sí, eso.
contigo.
Ay, por Dios. Si esta hora empieza a ser fatal, ¿eh?
No, esta es la hora que encontraba con
Sí.
Diana. Esto wakes up. Well,
Yep, I remember that. That was great. Ay, por Dios.
inclusive frío tengo.
¿Sí tienes frío?
I need my electrolyte.
Well, no, for next time we'll bring it. ¿Para cuándo piensas consiguiente tu medicamento?
Cuando estén disponibles, pero ojalá en octubre, porque como tengo planeado el viaje a Italia,
Yeah, that would really be good. But if you can do that, if you can do research and do your
yeah, get it all planned out.
due diligence and then have it ready for you when you come back here, qué lindo. Yeah, you won't be able to
No,
replace him.
y
But
hay
you
otra
can
cosa,
get.
práctica y urgente. El otro día vine a tomar el té a la casa de mi vecina que vive cruzando al frente y otras amigas. Y ella tiene una casa de 2 pisos. Y abajo tiene un little cat door, qué sé yo. Y dice que el otro día estaba durmiendo y escucha crunch, 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 crunch. ¿Qué gato que hambre tiene? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Abre un ojo, es un mapache en el segundo piso. Dice que pegó el grito y el mapache como...
¿Y tú? ¿Qué te pasa?
Ok, y vi, bajó la escalera. Así que yo me he salvado por la presencia del perro, porque si bien es chico, es una máquina de ruido. Así que, otherwise I'm going to be acá. Porque imagínate si no estás en la casa.
Pueden ser feroces, ¿eh? Si se enojan, Dios nos
Y son
libre.
de este tamaño.
Sí, sí,
Además son hediondísimos y
sí, sí,
feroces.
sí. Ay, cállate.
Porque ya tuve un home thanks to Diana. Thank you very much. forward. Or you can stay here. And as soon as you're ready, you can start. And then group 2 has to be ready as soon as they finish. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to this conference. We're going to develop a topic. We are migrant parents, the same as you, and we are representing different regions. And this talk is going to be provided to different workshops to the SPAC parents. And we want you to listen because next year we want you to help us make this presentation. My colleagues are Linda Hurtado from Region 21 and Francisco Diaz from Region 19. And the subject that we're going to cover is parents as promoters of change in education. And migrant parents must recognize that they are the most important agent of change in their children's education. What does this mean? When we talk about the new promoters, our children learn first at home, not at school. We teach them to walk, and then we have to guide them so that they can focus towards college and a profession from their childhood, not to tell them what they're going to study, but to leave them with the idea that they're going to go to college. And then we have to link them to our Latin community. This community has fallen far behind in its studies. We are the people who are going to be the agents of change. Here there's a word that says parents must recognize. This computer's not working very well. We're going to imagine that it's on the screen because you have it right in front of you on paper. Okay, we're ready now. Parents should recognize that they are the main promoters. We're focusing on the importance of education for our children. And parents must be aware and must understand the Common Core standards. These have started in 2010, and all states in this country will achieve similar studies, and especially elementary school should be equal in all states. And we parents should be aware of the Common Core standards and help our children. If we don't know about them, we won't be able to help them. Linda will talk about parent support. That is the next topic. Good morning. I'm Linda, and I've been introduced. And I'm going to talk about support. Education is a process that works better when all participants collaborate and cooperate. What does this mean? The school, the teacher, the parents, and the principal are all working together, because if the teacher's on one side and the parents don't even know what the teacher is doing and we don't ask questions, we'll get lost. We want this to be a circle. Whatever the teacher knows, the parents will know. We have to be on the same page. And children do better at school when parents plan and organize home activities, because this stimulates their learning. We are important as parents. We are their children's first teachers, and most of their education flows through us. But if we're in touch with the school, with the teachers, with the principal, to tell them that we're part of a team, a united team, And we have to stay united in order to achieve our goals. The next topic will be covered by our colleague, and these are suggestions for parents. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you at this conference. I'm Francisco Diaz from Region 19, Lost Hills. As my colleagues have said, we're talking about parents as promoters of their children's education, and we have suggestions for the parents. In order to help our children in school and for them to go on to college, in my case, at home, I ask my children to tell me how they are getting on at school. I help them with their homework. They see that I read books, and I set an example, and I am involved in their school activities. I find out how they're getting on in their studies, and in this way, I see that there are benefits, and that's my suggestion for you as parents. I don't know whether you think this is a good idea. It's a good idea. Thank you. That was slide 4. Very good. Positive comment for group 1. They did a good job. This is slide 5. I'm going to talk about habits that can help your children. We have different habits at home, and we're going to consider one of these habits. We have to limit the amount of television that your children watch. We have to talk to our children often, listening to our children and taking an interest in what children are doing at school. These are some habits, and this is important. We should talk to our children, and we should get involved in their school, and we must listen to them, because sometimes we don't pay attention to them. Mom, I want to tell you something. Oh, I'm tired. I don't have time. Maybe later. And that moment never comes. It's important to listen to our children when they have something to say. And we've got to show an interest in their school. They have to see that we're interested, because that will be motivating to them and will lead them to success in their studies. More habits. You can help your children with their homework, talk well about the school, teachers, and education, develop an alliance with teachers, principals, and other school staff. You should tell your children about different experiences. Take your child to the library, to a museum, and other educational centers in your neighborhood. And in order to achieve this, we must get involved in our children's education, go to the school, figure out how they're doing. Many schools have a password that allows you to check how your children are doing. And I have noted that as a parent, if you get involved with the school, the teachers then pay more attention to your child, and this is a very good thing. Thank you. Habits. We should allow that each child should develop his own personality without being compared or being obliged to be somebody that he isn't. We have to make sure that the children get physical checkups and have their eyesight and hearing checked. You have to love your children and tell them so every day. Sometimes we have the habit of saying, oh, you're not learning, but so-and-so is learning. We have to find out why the child is not learning. Maybe the child can't see well. Maybe the child has hearing problems. Maybe poor eyesight doesn't allow him to see, and maybe because he has hearing problems, he can't listen to the lesson. So we have to be aware. Group 3. A positive comment for our colleagues? Good voice. Group 3. Where is group 3? Julio Salazar, Adalberto Chávez. Because you were having an argument with Conchita. Stop arguing. Studying represents the following achievements. 1,
Antes que nada,
this is what we had to review from 8 to 11. From 8 to 11. Okay.
antes que nada, mi nombre es Julio Salazar
I'm Julio Salazar,
y el señor Alberto Chávez
and Adalberto Chávez, my colleague, is here with me.
presenta los siguientes logros. Número
Studying represents the following achievements: to learn better and get better grades. This is very important for our children. In order for them to achieve their goals, they have to get the best grades that they can. And as parents, we have to motivate them. 2,
adquirir destrezas que
to acquire skills that will be useful throughout their lives. From the time they are little, we know that they have skills. They can play with Legos. Maybe they'll be interested in engineering or in architecture. Number 3, they must become independent learners. They should be self-sufficient. They have to feel sure of themselves and know that they can achieve their goals. 4, they must be able to make good use of their time with discipline. From the time they are little, teach them that there is time for everything. For example, in my case, my child was taught to do his homework as soon as he came home from school. He's now in the second year of high school. Nobody has to remind him. He gets home, he does his homework, and he has time for other activities. And as parents, we try to focus him on that. Number 5, to control your own learning.
lo que hayan aprendido
Whatever they have learned, whatever they are learning,
puedan enfocar más a fondo,
should be
que busquen, que lean, que
studied in depth. They should research, they should read.
algo
If they learned something at school, then they have to learn more.
Número 6,
That makes a difference. And to transfer strategies for each situation in order to learn in school and out of school. Life involves learning. We're learning all the time. Let's teach them that. What they learn at school,
y se puede utilizar
let's see if that can be used outside the school, in the field.
En el, por ejemplo, los niños están enseñando a
For
leer,
example, children who are
lo que
learning how
aprendieron,
to
las
read.
pocas letras, o que están enseñándose
If they
apenas
have
a
a
leer,
few letters, if
ir
they're
en las
barely able to read,
autopistas,
when you're driving
ellos
on the freeway,
haciendo ciertas cosas.
what do the signs
Es muy
say?
importante
They should read
para
them.
ellos.
We have to participate together with the children. Mr. Chavez.
Yo soy Alberto Chávez,
I'm
soy de la
Adalberto
región
Chavez
14
from Region
y me
14,
toca exponer
and
el tema
I
de la tarea y
will
el tiempo para
explain
estudiar.
the issue of
En el proceso
homework and
educativo, la
study
tarea
time.
es ingrediente
In
esencial para ayudar a los
education,
niños con su aprovechamiento
homework
escolar.
is essential
O sea que en este punto
for
yo quisiera
advancement in
recalcar, por
school.
ejemplo, las matemáticas.
So, for example, in
Las matemáticas
mathematics,
es un proceso en algunas cosas repetitivo, en
sometimes
muchas cosas repetitivo.
it's
Pero, por ejemplo, como los niños se enseñan a sumar, a
it's
restar, a
repetitive.
multiplicar, a dividir,
Children learn how to
empiezan
add,
repitiendo uno más uno,
subtract,
dos, uno más uno,
multiply, and
cuatro.
divide. How
Entonces
do
es
they do it?
importante que los
By
niños
repetition.
no
1
nada más
plus
vayan
1,
a la
2 plus
escuela y
2,
digan,
2 plus
oh, sí,
3.
ya fui a la escuela
It's
y
not
ya,
enough to
ya
say,
aprendí,
I went to
sino que
school, I
repitan
learned.
y
They
practiquen
must be
más
able to
en
repeat
sus
and
casas.
practice at home.
Y luego los padres de familia
And
pueden ayudar a sus
parents can
hijos a
help
que
their
sean mejores
children
estudiantes con
to
un
be
ambiente casero
better
que sea
students
apropiado para el
with a
estudiante.
home environment
Entonces,
that is
repitiendo lo que dijo el
appropriate for
compañero,
studying.
o sea que
As my
primero
colleague
se les
said,
debe de enseñar ciertas normas y
teach them
costumbres
certain
de que
habits and
no van a llegar a
standards.
la casa, no,
They
yo
can't
ya,
just
ya cumplí, ya fui a la
come
escuela
home and
y
say,
ya
okay, I've
cumplí.
gone to school,
No,
I'm done.
la escuela no es, el aprendizaje no es nada
Learning
más dentro de la escuela, el
takes place
aprendizaje
not
es
only
un
within the
proceso
school,
continuo
it's a
dentro de la
continuous
escuela.
process in school
Entonces,
and out of school.
la cosa es que los niños se
So
sientan
children
primero que tengan un horario para
must
estudiar
feel that they have a
y que el
study
ambiente
schedule.
sea cómodo, que
The
se sientan a
environment
gusto, que no se
must be
sientan presionados
comfortable,
y
pleasant, with
que
no
si tienen un
pressure,
lugar propio para estudiar,
in
que
a
tengan los
place
materiales
that
requeridos para
has the
estudiar.
materials and the environment
Entonces, todas
to
esas
allow
cosas
them to
positivas.
study. All of
Y luego
this
el tiempo
helps our
de
children.
estudiar o el tiempo para hacer la
And then the
tarea debe
time
ser
for
una rutina
studying
diaria
or
para
for
el niño.
homework should be
Entonces,
a
repitiendo lo
daily
mismo.
routine
O sea, no es
for
de
your
que el niño
children.
va a llegar de la
It's
escuela,
not that the child
ya
comes home
cumplí,
from
yo
school,
ya voy
okay,
a
I'm
pasar toda
done.
la tarde
Now
jugando
I'm
o
going
voy
to
a
have a
hacer
good
lo que yo.
time. I'm going to
No,
play.
se
I'm going
les
to do
tiene que
whatever I
hacer,
want. No,
que se acostumbren a
they
ciertos
must get
hábitos
used to
de
certain
que van a llegar de
habits
la escuela
and to the
a
idea that they
cierta
come
hora,
home from
van a hacer
school
la
and
tarea,
at a certain
a
time
cierta
they
hora
do
van
their
a
homework,
repasar lo que
at a
vieron, porque
certain time
también
they
yo lo
review what
que
they
he visto en
studied,
algunos niños
because many
es que nada más se
children
enfocan en hacer la tarea,
only do their
pero
homework,
necesitan estudiar, necesitan
but they
repasar lo que
also
vieron,
need to
porque no nada más con
review
hacer la tarea van a
what they did.
es suficiente.
Doing your homework is not
Entonces
enough.
necesitan repasar y estudiar
They need
más
to review,
de lo
they
que
need to
vieron en la
study
escuela.
what they learned at school.
¿Qué se puede hacer?
What can
Número
you
uno,
do?
fijar el tiempo para hacer la
One,
tarea cada
set
día.
aside a time for
Pues
homework
si no hay
every
tarea, no
day,
hay tarea.
and
Y
if there's no
aprovechar de otra
homework,
manera.
take advantage of that time
¿De
in
qué
another
manera
way.
podemos aprovechar
How can
el
we
tiempo
take
que tienen
advantage
libre ellos?
of their free time?
Pues compartiendo con libros.
Share a book.
A veces nuestros hijos son un poco flojos para leer.
Sometimes our
Pero
kids
uno de padres
are not
es
good
muy
readers,
único
but we
a
are parents,
leer
and if
poquito,
the child is
hacer
young,
preguntas sobre lo que
read
está
aloud,
leyendo.
ask
¿Quién
questions
es el
about what you're
personaje?
reading.
¿Cuál es
Who
el
are the
punto
characters?
de lo que se está leyendo?
What's the
¿Cuál es el
story?
objetivo?
What's the
Despertar su
objective?
interés, porque ellos mismos
Arouse their
entren
curiosity
al
so
cuento,
that they
al
can get
libro.
into the book, into the
Número dos,
story.
elegir el
2,
horario adecuado para todos.
choose a schedule
Normal, vuelvo a decir,
that is useful for
la
everyone
mejor-
to do homework.
el mejor tiempo que sé que es
The best time
en mi persona, conmigo,
for my
para hacer
child
la tarea,
to do
es cuando vienen
homework
fresquecitos de la escuela.
is when they've just come back from school,
Porque ya vienen preparados.
because they're
Entonces,
prepared.
más rápido,
They do their homework quickly, it's easy, and then they have time to play or to do whatever they want.
número tres,
And number
dedicar
3,
ese tiempo para apoyarlos con su
devote
tarea.
time to helping them with their homework.
Mínimo, pues, media hora
At least half an
como
hour
padre.
as a parent.
Aunque no sepa uno lo que
Even
es,
if you
porque están en inglés,
don't
muchas-
know
muchas veces,
because the homework is in
pero es que
English,
sentar uno ahí
but you can sit with the
y
child
como padre decir, "Oye, ¿de qué se
and
trata?"
say, what's this all about?
Que vean que hay interés nosotros como
And so the child
padres. Porque si a nosotros
sees
no
that
nos
we are
importa,
interested. Because if we don't care about what they're doing, their own self-esteem is going to
Entonces,
plummet.
ese es el trabajo de
So
nosotros como
that is our
padres,
chore as parents,
ayudarles con la tarea.
to help
Si
them
no,
with their
lo
homework.
que es lo de la escuela, siéntese con ellos,
Sit down with them,
dedíqueles poquito tiempo
devote a
y
bit of
vean esa
time,
diferencia.
and you can
Póngale a prueba
see
un mes.
that it will make a difference. Do it for a month, and you will see. Choose a place for homework that has enough light, enough space, and materials. I just talked about that. It has to be an appropriate space where they feel comfortable and not pressured, so that it is a pleasant experience. Review each child's homework, and then at the end, provide encouragement. This is what my colleague said. Sometimes, given the language barrier, or for whatever reason, or because of our schooling, it's hard to help our children, especially once they've reached middle school or high school. But I think, as my colleague said, it's very important. You don't have to know the subject. The fact that you're sitting down with them and that they feel that you are interested in their learning, that's more than enough. And every now and then, contact the teacher and find out how well the homework is being performed. I've talked about this quite often. The excuse, quite often, is that the parents say, oh, I don't have time to go to the school because when I get out of work, the teacher's gone home. There are all sorts of excuses. But now, there are all sorts of different media to communicate with the teachers. You can phone, you can send an email, or as one of my colleagues said, if a teacher sees that we are involved as parents in the education of our children, they're going to focus on our children. But if a teacher calls the parents to come to meet, and very few parents show up, and there are no phone calls and no communication and no visits, well, those children are sort of left to one side too. So we as parents must fulfill that role in our children's education.
Eso es lo que nos toca. Quiero agregarle al número
I would
6,
like to add to number
la
6,
comunicación padre y maestros.
the communication between parents and teachers makes a big difference to our children. If you're involved in the educational system, children feel safe. Even if you don't even know what you're going to ask, it makes a difference.
Porque es triste que muchos niños
Because it's sad.
tienen el potencial
Many children have a lot of potential, but the parents are apathetic
no le prestamos la atención debida a ellos.
and we don't pay them enough attention.
Ese potencial lo
And all of that potential
en la calle con los
is on the street with the gangs.
Entonces, obligación del padre
So, as parents, we must get more involved in our children's education because we are the ones who care the most. Thank you.
Very good, because they studied another part and they still did this one very well. So double wow. I don't know if you'd like to take a break now or should we go on? Let's go on. Because we're a little bit behind schedule. So do you mind just going on, and after your presentation then we can take a break? Good, let's do that then. Good afternoon, parents. We're very happy to have you here today at this conference. It is a great pleasure to introduce my colleagues, Mr. Ambris and Vicenta Guerrero. I am Sonia Sanchez, and I'm very happy to have you here. We'll begin with Ms. Valentina, and who will explain a little bit more about the content of our talk. We're going to speak a little bit here about self-discipline. In order to motivate your children for self-discipline, we must set rules above all so that our children can be triumphant children as students. We must set a good example for them. As leaders, that is a good example for our children. If they see that we are people that help the community a great deal, that is a very good example to them. We're a model for them. And reinforcing the importance of taking their responsibility seriously for their decisions. We must not compare our children with others. That child is taller than him. You shouldn't pick him up because you're a little fatter than he is. This is comparing one child with another because they're not an equal force. They're not strength rather. That will reduce their self-esteem. At every turn, we must try to increase their self-esteem. That is very important for self-discipline. A child like that will always feel down, will not have success with their studies. As parents, that is not a position of success either. In the material that you were given, we have an activity to do today. That activity, I'll give you an example for the activity. I have a 9-year-old child. The child comes home from school and he likes to go out to play football. I come up to him and say, Juanito, it's time to do your homework. Juanito, I'm telling you once, twice, 3 times, and he doesn't come up to me. By the 3rd time, I go and say to him, Juanito, didn't I call you? So I need for you to go in and do your homework. And I say to him, it's a problem for me when you don't do your homework. It makes me very unhappy as a mother because I haven't shown you. That's not what I've shown you to do. I do it because I care about you. I'm trying to make you think about this because this is going to affect your future. If you don't do your homework, this will affect your future. Remember that I've told you that there are a lot of situations that people make, and this is a negative decision. This will be a repercussion for you in the future. Now, what do you believe that what is the message that I've just given as a parent to my child? What would you say that my message has been to my child? How could I better deal with this situation with my child? What is a better way to deal? Who can cooperate in giving me more feedback? Juanito, I would really like you to come home from school and do your homework then, because I feel that that's the best time for you to do that. And then after that, you can go and play with your friends as you like. Yes, sir. You could also say, I would like you, Juanito, to develop all your abilities. I believe in your abilities. Thank you very much. So you see that each one of us has a potential to educate our children and make them successful children. that will be a president of the United States in the future or a doctor, because that's what we want for our children, to be what we might not have been able to become. Valentina will go to the next point, or rather, or rather, Salvador will do it. All right. Hello. Good afternoon. As Sonia said, I'm Salvador Ambriz from Region 22. We'll talk about now about self-motivation. To help our children self-motivate, tell them about your personal experiences and your family history that will fortify their need to work and persevere and become people of good character. Tell them about people in the past that have come from a state where they lacked a lot that might help them motivate themselves to follow a path to a better future. Have conversations with them about those special individuals who succeeded in spite of great difficulties. Tell them about people who lacked a great deal, a lot of basic materials, and were able to succeed nevertheless. They continued struggling to achieve. I believe that that will be helpful to our children. Self-motivation. Give them the opportunity to recognize, to meet relatives, friends, or members of the community that can be an inspiration to them. For example, we might have people in our family who have excelled as teachers, as doctors, which will help them see that those people can be an example to them, or friends that succeeded against all odds. We need to teach our children that we need for them to be someone on their own, for them to, as parents, we need to be a model for them to succeed. This was my portion. Thank you very much. Sixteen is theirs. We need group 5, please. My name is Susana Guadarrama. I'm from Region 4. Good afternoon. Please listen. My subject is about encouragement and discouragement. We need to expect the best from our children. I believe that none of our children make mistakes. It's us that are wrong. Expect perfection. We want perfection. Overprotection. We protect them too much, but it's not the point that we overprotect them because we're spoiling them. Yes, protect them, but protect them with a great deal of concern. Show them that you trust them. Son, we're going on the merry-go-round. No, because I'm afraid. No, don't do it in a way that they have self-confidence. Son, let's go do your homework. I've already done it. No, I didn't see you do it. Let's go see. No, see, you missed this point. You're wrong, Mommy. All right? Very good. Give me 5. And appreciate your child. Great, you did a great job on that. That's fantastic. Stimulate the child's independence. Did you clean your room, son? No, I'll do it later, Mommy. Oh, no. I'll do mine and you clean yours. Let's see who does it first. Let's go. My name is Cesar Rodriguez from Region 5. We'll continue with that subject because it's important to know all of that. The Common Core standards, their initials are CCSS, they affect the way the children learn. Understanding the way the children learn, we're going with the new standards which have effected several changes. Children need to be at a level that is equal to those of the children throughout the country. Every state should be doing the same exams that have the same quality as here, as well as in whether it be Japan or China. Everyone should be able to learn the same. Understand the way that our children learn at school. It won't only help them to develop their abilities, but it will improve the bridge between school and home. The cooperation between school, students, and parents is very important because a parent is going to the school to ask the teacher why a student has made a C. If you go and ask the teacher, he's got a C, and the teacher says, a C, he can still go to college. No, I want my child to get an A. A lot of times you'll go to school and talk to the teacher. You may be nervous the first time, but the next time that you go to the meeting, the teacher will have all the answers. You won't even be able to say anything because the teacher will already have that ready for you. So it's very important for us to participate as parents, not just at home, but with the teachers as well, so that we let the teachers know that we are interested in what our children are doing. A lot of times our children will say, no, no, don't go to school because I'll try to fix this. I've already talked to the teacher, and I'll fix it. And that's because you've already gone to a conference with the teacher, and the teacher, as well as the student, has come to realize that you are very interested in what's going on, that you are interested in making your student do better. The video has already been seen, so thank you. And the last group, group number 6. Good afternoon. My name is Guillermina Dorantes from Region 16, Monterey County, from Salinas to San Antonio. My talk will be a little bit about the benefits of the Common Core standards. They compete and they're equal to international standards, which means that our children will be able to achieve competition on a global basis. Many companies are bringing people from other countries to work here. That's something that our students will be able to achieve. They are formulas that are clear with a focus on describing knowledge and abilities that the students will be able to achieve. That's on a state level as well as an international level. Do that one, that's the one. It intends to inform parents and students and teachers as to what is required of each one. It promotes the cooperation between states and the sharing of better practices, teaching practices, and professional development. That's sharing information of what is working. And these standards were acquired in 2010, and it is expected that by 2015 there will be some information regarding the results of the same. And of course, we'll be able to see what the benefits were. And Salvador is next. I'm Luis Villagomez, Region 9. I will tell you that this is a very deep and extensive subject that has a great deal of information. I would like, because we have the information highway now, there are a lot of resources to go to on the webs, and if you have any doubts or questions, the information is available to you on this website. This is the link, one of the links, so that you can find more information on this subject of resources. It is sponsored by the PTA, the Parent-Teacher Association. There are more links here if you would like to write them down, if you can't find them in your copies. That way you can do more research on them. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Concepcion Gonzalez, and I will continue regarding the information that you can find on the internet. This is not the page, but rather, oh yes, sorry. This is the page. You will be able to find information regarding the implementation of the plan, what stage it's at, the curriculum that the teachers must have in order to be within this new standard of education level, and information regarding students and teachers as well as the parent community. This is like an introduction regarding the new standards. You'll be able to find information that's more in depth here. Let's go on to the questions portion. But I think that won't take place until we're there. Thank you very much. Well done. You've only had just a little while to practice. You just had such a short time to practice, and you did it really well. And those that didn't practice, we did it even better. I want to thank you for the support that you've given me, because thanks to you, this has been a good effort. We're working well. We've only gone through 2 meetings, and I believe that we're doing well. Thank you very much. I am grateful for your support, and let's keep it up. In particular, I liked Luis's. He didn't want to stand in front of this. He crawled across. Perhaps another idea that you might have, just in case that happens, what will you do if you do? One of the things that I would like to remind you about, you might already know this, but when you introduce yourselves at the conference, remember that you yourselves gave us all of this. You can read it yourselves very well, and you already know it, but please remember all of this. This is going to be available for you on the internet. Our meetings today with all the explanations and the examples and the practices, you'll be able to see in the last slides regarding Common Score. the Common Core standards. I want you to review them for the comments made by the director because she gave you some really good notes regarding those slides. So when you go online, when we go online, I will let you know. I'm a little doubtful about the presentation that we're going to give. One of them is the activity on page 11. Are people going to be asked to do it, or is that going to be optional? Because if we ask them to answer, then we're going to have to distribute pens or paper. It is going to be in the packet anyway. Some people do know how to write and others don't, so you have to give them the option. You have to give people the option of of thinking about it or writing it down. There are 20 slides. This is something that I wanted to tell you before. There's going to be 20 slides, which is 3 minutes per slide for an hour. So we're not going to take a lot of time with this. This is an activity that is actually something that we didn't think that you were going to take 10 or 15 minutes to write there. But this is something that you could definitely give them to take home. This is a task that they can do, a way of thinking that's different, a different way of approaching a situation. I don't know what you think, but that was our suggestion. The PowerPoint presentation will be something that we'll get because you'll send it to us. We'll send it to those of you who have emails, and we'll send it to your directors as well. It has the movie, the video there. And it didn't work very well, so we're going to try and fix that. That day we're going to have in the USB stick, we're going to have the video because I think you're going to need it in the computer the day that you give the presentation so you can get it from there. Yes, I didn't know whether I needed to have the computer with a particular program. No, we're going to find a way for you to be able to present it. I had asked that question too. Remember that we did a presentation the way we did it. We did the PowerPoint with our own design. We did it, we changed the pages, and that's what I was asking Elvia. How are we going to do the presentation with our slides? Or I said I didn't know what to tell him because I didn't know how he did it last year. But the PowerPoint has been approved. The slides have been, not the movements, but if you want to change the movements, the only thing that concerns me about that is if there's a lot of movement, then I don't know that will work out well. So I don't think that's a good idea. I put it in action last year so that we were on the right timing for the meeting. We want everybody to have the same experience, so if you would like to have either Salvador or someone else, you can do the movement, you can change it. I don't think that will be a problem. The most important thing is that when you present, do it in a positive fashion, because I can read a slide and add comments to it, which are negative comments. That's why we modeled for you. That's why we asked you to practice, because you are the leaders. When you are up front, you are not only representing yourselves, but your whole region. When I'm up here, I'm representing the whole Department of Education, not just myself. Keep that in mind. This is not so inflexible, but the comments must be positive. The examples that you give must be positive, so that parents leave there saying, I can do the same thing, as well as the children having to see good examples. You are the good examples for the parents. I made a mistake, and I don't know if you noticed that I made that mistake. And if you didn't, that's good. Because you are going to make a mistake as well, but just keep going. Don't stop, get stumped, and stop there, because no one will know when you make a mistake except you, except the presenter. So just keep going, keep on going. You really did a good job. So I'm going to show you how you can applause. The roller coaster applause, do you know what it is? Okay, I'm going to put this down. Woo! Woo! That's the roller coaster approach. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next point, point number 6. Do you want to take your break? Do you want to go to lunch? No, let's go on break. You ask people whether they want to take a break. I'd like to make a statement. I think that it would be good that during the presentation we don't get the parents frustrated, and that they know that we're taking their opinions into account. I want everybody to be on the same level so that we're all on the same level. I think that we're only talking about 3 minutes. We can only call on 2 or 3 parents, because if everybody gives their opinion, then it's going to take a long time. It's going to take more than an hour. Do you mean that you want the parents to do the activity and then others will share their impressions? If you see the way that we modeled, we did give you a review of the reason why we were doing this, how to answer questions. I don't know. It's going to depend on you, how quickly you go through the slides. And another thing to think about will also be, what's the message? What's most important? Because you're going to have to cut time from one thing. If you, where is the best way to allow the parents to share? That would be my thought. But if you want to think about it during break, and when you come back from break, we could share our opinions regarding that subject, or come to a final decision as to whether parents would be allowed to opine after the presentation. We're a little bit behind on point 6. Should we go on? Let's keep going. I think that we need a rest, at least 10 minutes break. All right, then let's go on break for 10 minutes. It's 3:37.
It's over 3:37.
Ya me estoy cansando mucho.
No te canses,
Sí.
no te preocupes.
¿No qué?
Me tienes que salvar.
I wish I'd ordered coffee, sí, tengo un cáncer, sí.
Cápsula de
Sí.
cafeína.
Y creo que ya recogieron todo. Vamos a ver si hay...
Sí, no hay nada. So, before we start, I'd like to clarify the workshop activity, and I have a comment. If you have enough time, you can decide. You did it fast, you still have half an hour to go for the activity. If it's very late and you still haven't finished, then just go over the slide and tell them that everything can be done at home. What do you think? We're going to continue This item had been reviewed on the 13th. I don't know if you remember, we talked about parliamentary procedures, but there were still questions about this, and you wanted another review. That's what we're going to do today. And when I noticed what we did the last time around, we observed that we missed something important. We missed something important. We didn't tell you the purpose. We didn't explain why we were sharing basic parliamentary procedures with you. Who wants to read the first purpose? Mrs. Duarte. Attention, please. Purpose. Provide the SPAC understanding of the procedures that will be used to conduct state meetings and the necessary knowledge to participate effectively in meetings. Thank you. That's the first purpose, and which we didn't clarify last time, and this is why we are reviewing these basic principles. And who wants to read the second item? Mrs. Zamora. Offer orderly principles that will deal with the topics of the meeting. Before we continue, you should have received something that looks like this. It's a table. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but it's a strategy used by school teachers to figure out how the children are getting on and to activate the children's learning. This is used in teaching. The information is what is shown here. In English, this strategy that is used by teachers is called KWL. Know for knowledge, want, and learn. So you ask, what do you know? What do you want to know? And what did I learn? So take a few minutes about parliamentary procedure and write down, what do I know about parliamentary procedures? Could be one item, it could be two, or for somebody who knows a lot, somebody who will write down 100 topics, then what is it that I want to know? And don't write your name, but we are going to collect these. This is how we will know what you already knew, what you want to know, and at the end, we're going to add what you learned. And this will give us information as to what we have to do in order to improve it. In addition to parliamentary procedure, is there another name for this? What terms do you use for conducting a meeting? Rules? Robert's Rules of Order. Rules of Order. So What do I know about the rules of order, and what do I want to know? Are you ready? So I know that you've written down what you knew. We also noted the last time that we reviewed this information, we didn't tell you specifically with these words what the parliamentary procedure is all about. We didn't tell you what the rules of order are. So would anybody like to read the first item? Mrs. Guadarrama. It's a group of rules for conducting meetings that allows everybody to be heard and that decisions be taken without confusion. Thank you. So it helps that everybody is heard and there is no confusion, and we have a forum in which everybody can participate and ask questions. Mr. Salazar, the second item, please. Parliamentary procedure allows meetings to be conducted in an orderly and democratic fashion in which every member has an equal right to participate, speak, debate, and introduce business. And sometimes the debate is valuable. Everybody feels that they can state a different opinion, and with the rules of order, those differences are stated respectfully. Anybody else? Okay, and the last item. Mrs. Dorantes. Maybe the most important principle has to do with rights. The right of the majority to arrive at a decision, the right of the minority to be heard, and the individual rights to participate in the process. Thank you. Everybody participates, everybody is heard, everybody can emit an opinion, everybody has a voice. And parliamentary procedures or rules of order justify all of this. The 5 governing principles were reviewed in December. I don't know how much detail you want in this review, but we did a lot of research, and it's a bit different. But these are the 5 principles for running a meeting. Courtesy and voice for everybody, deal with only one subject at a time. The majority decides, the minority should be heard, and the purpose is to facilitate the meeting and action. And then we also reviewed, as you have in your binders, Green Law, which provides information about running a public meeting. Any questions about this slide? We showed it in December, but I think it wasn't clear. Let's have a show of hands. What do you use in your meetings to keep order as rules of order? We use Robert's rules in my region. In our region, we're being trained constantly with Robert's rules. Yes, Robert's rules. And we also reviewed at our last meeting, and it's highlighted here because we changed this. Everything that we do here follows Robert's rules. And we don't say it. We don't say that we're following Robert's rules because they're very complicated. We don't comply with all of the rules. It would be almost impossible because, as we explained, they are designed for a larger body. For the legislature, for example, for the Senate. Julio, comment? Robert's rules are more advanced. At our meetings, we use the rules of conduct. And they're based on the parents' ideas and Robert's rules, so that we don't lose their essence. I asked several districts how the school site councils were governed, TLAC, ELAC, and how they ran their meetings. Most of them said that they don't have an executive board at that meeting, that they don't have formal motions. But here, what we're doing here seems to work. If it doesn't work, someday we would have to consider something else. But for now, I believe we work pretty well. The SPAC regulations also provide rules of order. We require a quorum, which is the majority of the membership. We can have a meeting without the majority, but no votes could be carried out. But we could have a meeting. And we reviewed this, and it's in your binders. It's one of the regulations. I think you also have the governance of a meeting. These are the basic concepts. We have to establish a quorum, call to order, move the agenda, and stop the meeting. Those are the 4 basic activities at a meeting. And I think our president is doing it very well. It provides information about motions and discussion. I don't know whether you need time to practice this, or if you feel that we're doing a good job, and if we have a question, we can respond at that time. Or do you think you need more information? When we were here last time, you chose your standards for the meeting, and they're in your binders. Here they are. And we're going to make them permanent once we feel that everything is working. In any case, this is something dynamic that can be changed. You can say, well, this doesn't work, so let's add another item. And you are allowed to do that if you want to change these standards. They're your standards, you came up with them, you can change them. I don't know if you learned something new, but in the last column, if you learned something, write it down. And if you didn't learn anything, that's okay. We have learned something and we'd have to do it better. But if you did learn something, let's continue. Who wants to share something that was learned? I hope somebody learned at least something. Mrs. Guadarrama. I learned that when we are united, we are stronger and that we are more confident and more skillful. Anybody else? Anything else that you learned? I'm sorry.
Pues, a pesar de que somos nuevos,
Although we are new,
tenemos un poco, mucho más dedicación
we
que
have
otras juntas que yo ya había venido.
more dedication to this work than has been shown in previous meetings,
Y para poder
which I visited. There is more respect, and in order to get ahead, we're already on a good path. And as our president said a moment ago, thank you for the support. Let us recall that what we do well here will be reflected at a district level
indefensos que somos estudiantes.
and by those who are defenseless, who are the students. We're doing well. Thank you. Anything else? And what about something that you wanted to know but that was not reviewed? I would like to learn more about the state and federal rules that apply to this program. We have looked at them very superficially, and I'd like to learn more or find out where I can learn more. Thank you. You asked for that in December, and that was a training that you wanted to have. We've thought about this, maybe for May. At our next meeting, we're going to be busy with other topics. But we want to invite a department attorney in May to give you a detailed report about that topic. Thank you.
También a mí me gustaría más
I would like
técnicas o estrategias
to
o
learn techniques and strategies maybe a workshop
cómo aplicar o
about
identificar
how to
cuando una
apply
reunión
or how
está
to
saliendo o alguien
identify
está acaparando los
when
comentarios y todo eso.
somebody is taking over all the comments. We're writing this down. I'm not just listening to you. Sylvia is taking notes, and we will see when we can answer your question. Something that we have missed, this is good information for us. This is how we can learn what training you need and want, or how we can help you best. So now we're going to cover the next topic. There were two topics. You have a question? I have a comment. It's very important for you to tell us exactly what the program does not provide. And I tell you this because when we talk about funding, we were providing a dinner for our graduate students, and this was cut back. And the issue was not the dinner, but that they were given a diploma as outstanding migrant students. And together with the dinner, the person who told us that this was not allowed also said that the diplomas were not allowed. They said it couldn't be done. So that's what I want to learn. It wasn't the dinner, but our children needed to have in their bedrooms their diploma to show that they are migrant students. This is important for them, and the fact that they are outstanding. That's my question. Yes, that would be a good training. We can, and I don't know whether this is in Spanish, but we have guidelines from the Washington Migrant Education Office, and that's the office that doesn't allow what you've described. But it would be a good idea to have a talk about that. We could provide a certificate that says that they are migrant students. But the dinner is not allowed. You could have a potluck or something like that. The families could get together. It's like the bags at the conference. We can't pay for them with federal funds. But if somebody wants to make a donation, and this is what our president is trying to figure out. And I don't know if you recall at our first meeting, Elvia, or maybe I, spoke about how the federal government determines how the use of funds has to be reasonable and necessary. So if you're planning a dinner, you have to ask, is this a necessary use of funds for this child? And what I can see is that you could provide certificates, but the dinner, maybe you could just provide just a snack, but not a complete dinner. These are the directives that we get from the federal government. And as Elvia noted, we can bring the guidelines for you to take a look and to understand them. What we've done is celebrate the students' achievement. And what is allowed by the district budget and the state budget is snacks. But we provide a potluck dinner. And it's formal. And we share our menus, and what's important is to recognize these young people. Because these recognitions provide a stimulus to the students. And so these are ideas that can be used at a district level. Yes, our community and our culture provides wonderful examples. We like to get together. We are a good community, and unfortunately, federal funding doesn't support that sort of thing. So it looks negative, but they're trying to use the money carefully. Thank you. And we can provide more information about that. Yes, I would like more clarification because I said we want something, a certificate for our students, a recognition. And if you are saying that the state doesn't allow it, tell me how much a certificate costs. And I can do it as a parent. I can do it at the school. For the counselor who is retiring at the school, for a teacher who provided services to my daughter, for me, I was proud to spend that money and time. This is something that can be done. And I make this comment to you so that you can explain in further detail. Because we were mistaken. Because one thing is the expense of a dinner, and the other thing is to provide a certificate to reward the students. A certificate is definitely allowed. Thank you. So we have 3 new training sessions here that you're going to need. We talked about the education code and that we were going to explain it part by part. We hadn't hired a translator for these official documents. The good news is that we almost have it set up. The contract is being signed, and we can have a proper, complete translation of the code. At the first meeting, we had provided the non-official translation, it was my translation, regarding the SPAC only. And this is what is shown here, parent participation and advisory committees. This is what we had provided, not officially, but we'd reviewed these. Now we're going to start at the beginning, and bit by bit at every meeting we're going to review the code, and we will have the official code. We shall go over it so that you can understand how it governs our program. In the history that we provided on the 6th, we had explained that it is a part of ESEA and instruction and services. And if you want to follow the law to the letter, it's chapter 4, and this is educational programs for disadvantaged children, and then Article 3 includes migrant children, and you have 6 articles, sections. The first one is the legislative statement. The second has the definitions and the definition of what a migrant child is. Then the state plan, the laws that we must follow within the state plan. Order of services and program requirements, that tells us exactly, for example, all about summer programs, how many hours. It's the recipe. It's like making a cake. And then we have the authorities and then regulations and rules. The code is in English. We're going to start reviewing it. And by next meeting, we hope to provide it in Spanish, complete. In the packages that Sylvia distributed, you have this information, the code, and it starts with 54440, the first one here. We have it here in part. It's in the slide, but it's not complete, only certain items. We gave you this to read at your tables and to share. Did you find it? So at each table, we would like you to read this and then write down which are the key issues to share. This table can read the first part of 54440. Take a few minutes to read it, talk about it, make a note of the key issues in order to share. This table here, you're going to read section 54441. And then you're going to share the key items. This table is going to also work on 54441. It's quite long. So maybe you can choose different key issues. You're all alone? You can read 5444 1.5, which is a single paragraph, and make a note of the key issues. And if you don't find a key issue, maybe something that is worth sharing because it is interesting. Do you think 5 minutes is enough, or do you need more? 5 minutes. Let's see how you're doing after 5 minutes, and we'll see if you need more time.
Really? I can't believe they didn't have you do it. What a fool. Foolish mistake. All right, let's go to the first section, 54440. Which were the most important points about this part of the code? This is a segment of children that is a majority in society, and because their parents, they are children under the age of 18 from parents. These children are not ready for school because of all the movement of their parents, and that they have a lot of problems because of the language barrier. This is where the legislature stated that this is a population that needs programs to help them and support them. Programs that are, their problems are so great that the regular school system has not been able to resolve these problems. So the state must help the districts in accordance with services for those children. So this is how it begins. This is the code that rules the entire migrant program, and this is the first section. This is the statement from the legislature. Thank you. Table 1. Table 2, regarding 54441, the definitions. Is there something that's different, something new, or something that surprised you in this section? Well, it states the definitions in this section should rule the interpretation of this article. The number one, a present-day migrant child, prior migrant child, agricultural activity, fishing activity, agency that is the governing body, migratory, regional migratory education. This is what the entire section entails. I can't tell you, look, region, migrant region is just this. This is what defines what a migrant region is. Do you have something to add to this? Regarding migrant children, it wouldn't just be children from parents that are that work in agriculture, but rather from fishing or wherever the parents, migrant parents, work. I don't know a lot about this. I have to learn some of this myself. When one moves, not everything is an eligible move in order to qualify for this program. Yes, it is for fishing. It definitely states that, but there are other reasons that we have to look at it very closely, and some of these do not qualify. And so there needs to be some training about identification of these different sections. Agricultural activity, what does that mean? And the definition is right here. An activity directly related with the agricultural products or the harvesting of trees. That's important. This is the definition of the law for these different words, these different phrases in the program. The last table, please. What is the key point of this section of the code? The key point of this section is a child that has been identified as a migrant child can continue as such for a period that must not exceed 3 years. That's the key point. But I would ask, why is it just 3 years? That's a good question. And that child can qualify anew, but Veronica can give us that information. The federal government, before 1999, I believe that it was 6 years. After that, it was changed to every 3 years. So that's the federal law. Unfortunately, I am unaware of what the reasons were for that change, but it seemed to be that within 3 years we should be able to bring the child to a level where they should be educationally, but we know that it does take more time. I don't know if that was a reason, but in my mind, that's what my feeling is. There's several programs that assist the students. This is one of several. That's Part A, which is, for example, that's the main one. And then Title 1, Part C is the migrant program. So once the children have been in for 3 years, if they are no longer moving but they are still have the need, then they can still receive services. There are several programs depending on what the need is. As a migrant, one has several needs. Might be low income, might be the fact that they're moving, could be that they are at risk of not progressing. The child is receiving funds from different resources. Another title is also Title 3, English Learner. This is the program because one is moving. If the child and the parents are no longer moving, they have to go out of this program, but there are other federal programs that they can go into, but those are other subjects. This program is just focused on a migrant program. One could be a migrant such as I was, but you're learning English. So that was Title 3, one Part A or Part C. Those entail different funds for the student that the child can receive. Understood? Good. Thank you. I'd like to add to that question that he had, why is it 3 years a person will qualify for the migrant program? If I'm not mistaken, it's because the person left and then came back and qualified for 3 years. If during those 3 years the person no longer moved after 3 years, that person will be reclassified. Will that person be reclassified or what? That recruitment and training is something that takes place every 3 years. So, because the region or the district that is in charge of recruiting yearly calls the parents that have been identified in that region or district, verifying whether the families are still there or not. And if those families are still there, they ask, have you moved? Have you transferred in the last year, to see if there's another move with a more recent date, because that now re-qualifies and it starts the clock ticking once again. Yes, that's what I was going to add, that every person qualifies every year, but if it expired in 2015 and the person moved in 2014, would that entail them qualifying for another 3 years? You can call the region or the district if your move has not been registered, and you can say, this is my information, and it says that the last time that I moved was 3 years ago, but I also moved last year. So every time that we left, we have to inform the program to find out that for the program to know that we moved. Yes, the program should be in contact with you. That's our job. But the families are not always picked up. They don't know where they've moved. But you have every right to call the region or the district to say, I'm here. I need services. Mr. Torres, it's very emphasized in the region that people shouldn't wait for 3 years that they qualify for. in order to be asked whether they qualify again. If in a year and a half, 2 years later, they move, they are told to let people know so that this is kept up to date so that they can qualify for those following 3 years. So it's your responsibility to let them know. I also wanted to say that I believe that you have the list of all the regions, don't you? If you move to a region, you can call that region and ask for services. You can say, I qualify and I'd like services. That would also help the region out and the recruiters there as well. And Mr. Ambridis. So if you move from one region to another, the region that you're going to move, would that count for 3 years? It would depend on whether you moved there for a job that qualifies. But if you didn't move to look for a job that qualifies for the program, your move does not count to start eligibility once again. I understand that, but would it count? If I'm going to work over there, would it count there or would it count where you qualified? Because if you go back, it would count in both places. Okay. That's why you're asked in the interviews, have you moved? Have you moved for work? Has your family moved in the last 3 years? So that means that if my eligibility is going to expire, but I did move last year, then in the last 3 years I did move, so I continue to be eligible.
So we've completed the code review. We wanted to cover those sections. And for the next meetings, we're going to continue with this. The section for the state plan is more extensive than the ones we've covered here. So maybe at the next meeting, we'll be able to cover only one section. But that's the idea. And in April, I expect to have the official translation, not my own, which is simply temporary. And this is the plan. And I understand you want training in other topics, maybe identification and recruitment. That would be a good training. So, of course, we can't do everything at once, but we're going to try to bring you all of this information. So we have completed this part of the presentation. Any other questions about the code? Thank you very much. Item 7, public comment. Any person who wants to address the SPAC on topics that are not in the agenda will have 2 minutes to address us. The SPAC cannot participate and respond to public comments. Any comments? Do you have the evaluations? Are they complete? Please turn them in. And I want to remind you, I need your phone numbers, your email addresses. And please leave your notes. Leave them at your tables and we'll collect them. Just leave them at the table with your evaluations and we will collect them. I have a comment. It's a public comment. We're going to be present at the state meeting on Wednesday evening,
para estar, porque la junta es el programa el jueves.
we're going to have a meeting at 9 o'clock on Thursday. The coordinators need that information at the region so they can send us a day before.
Para ir 4 o 5 horas más.
Because if it's a 4 or 5 hour drive, if we have to get there at 9, it's a safety issue. It's better, it's safer for us to get there the evening before. Yes, we told the directors at a WebEx meeting, and I also sent them an email. But I will send that information again to make sure, and we'll advise everybody so that they know. I agree. Leaving home at 4 a.m., you're going to be asleep at the meeting. Thank you. And another question regarding the national meeting. I participated in one of those meetings, and I would like to participate again, not just as an onlooker, but I would like to participate, provide something. I don't know whether the region would allow us or the state. It's the national conference. I think that they have forms and information. If you want to suggest a workshop, you'd have to deal directly with them. We have no role to play. If you want to do a presentation at the national level. Not this year, but in the future. In the future, as Flori explained, anything that is suggested in the applications, you have to demonstrate that there is a need in order to request funds. So if there's a need for a parent to go to a national conference, that need has to be described in order to get support and funding. If this is decided at the region or district for a parent to go and provide a workshop and come back and train parents, that decision could be taken. So then at the national conference, a workshop could be suggested, but that suggestion has to be approved by me. You have to give the suggestion to your director, and then he sends it to me, and once I approve it, it is sent on the web to NASME. That's the procedure we followed this year and which has worked in recent years. I don't know if it's clear. We had said that at our conference, sometimes the parents want to leave. They have to be encouraged to say, don't act like the police, because it will generate conflict. These are your parents. So when you have your meetings before the conference, the directors should emphasize that issue. Don't feel that it's your responsibility, because it'll cause some conflict. I have a comment. If you read the last item, it says that the SPAC cannot participate in any public comment. Oh, you know what? We haven't finished the meeting. Thank you. Is there a motion to end the meeting? Vicenta Valentin and Mrs. Guadarrama. Who seconds? All in favor? And by unanimous vote, the meeting is ended Have a safe trip. I think it's still raining, actually.
Yeah. Ay, qué rico. I'm gonna go home and vegetate. First introduce myself to my husband.
Yes. Dile que